Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing culture and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Hoenig and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure of the portfolio of local government. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you all for giving time to give evidence today. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. However, could I please ask Ms Van den Honnet, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Erica Van den Honnet, Executive Director, Sector Development, the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I will also remind all other witnesses appearing this morning that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the crossbench. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
As you'd be aware, the inquiry into state development tabled its report on the financial sustainability of local government in November, and the response from the government's due today. When that inquiry was initiated, one of the reasons that you stated it should be done by a parliamentary committee rather than by our part was for the timeliness of that action, because it was so urgent for the sector. What urgent actions will you take in response to that inquiry?
Well, I'm not going to be able to, or the government's not going to be able to respond within that time frame, because I need to have further discussions with the Auditor General. I need to have further discussions with IPART, and I really need to examine, for example, matters in relation to the extent of financial unsustainability for a couple of councils who have made special rate variation applications recently, which sort of highlights to me a particular concern. What I have been successful in being able to do, though, Dr. Conn, is I've been able to get agreement and support from the new Auditor General for the change of councils' financial systems. I've talked to you before about those, of making them more transparent, of getting rid of these depreciation schedules for non-realisable assets, so that their expenditure is not opaque. It is opaque now and so I've got pushback from everybody about that. Everybody looked at me like I was an idiot initially, and all of a sudden the Auditor General and Ministers for Local Government nationally are starting to agree with me. So I need to take into consideration how I'm going to change the financial systems, how much flexibility I can give to councils for rate determinations, because the USU and the local government industry demanding the removal of rate pegging that's been there for 48 years. But if you just look at what two of the councils have done this year, no government's going to be able to ever get rid of rate pegging. So how do you give them flexibility? how to give them a system whereby there's transparency for their expenditure. I don't think we can meet that time frame to propose a realistic solution. We can give the House a bit of paper with generic terms. I'm sure that's not what you're after, Dr. Conner, and it's not what I'm after.
Thank you, and I'm sure the local government sector will appreciate the work that you've done with the Auditor General. I'm particularly interested in the recommendation around statutory fees and charges, which have been a significant source of cost shifting onto councils. We heard, as a member of that inquiry, we heard a number of very specific examples where the state government has imposed fees and charges onto councils that don't cover the cost of providing the service. Given the extra time that you're now taking to discuss the recommendations before tabling the government's response, what compensation will you be giving councils for the ongoing costs that they're incurring while you continue to deliberate on this?
Look, Dr. I'm always happy to look at specific individual issues that might have been flagged or might be unfair. Firstly, the years I've spent in local government, we have the sector has always complained about cost shifting. The New South Wales government complains about cost shifting with the Commonwealth. It is part of, and we say our arguments have substance, especially with GST share. But this is part of the normal tensions of a democracy where you have three tiers of government. I'm going to go through an exercise very shortly whereby I'm going to add up how much money councils get from the state and how much they pay back. And I think the sector itself would be surprised. Secondly, many of the matters, say contained in the Local Government Association cost shifting report that they complain about, have been local government functions for 150 years. I'm the first to defend the sector and say that they are an independent, independent, democratically most important tier of government, and I'm prepared to concede that most of their inefficiency, whether perception or otherwise, is the creation of state or parliamentary interference in their operations. But so I'm prepared to look at matters on an individual basis, which might be unfair. I'm happy to do that, but I'm not copying this general whinge about cost shifting. That they have selected, for example, within their council areas, as is their right, to fund services which the Conservatives might say are not traditional government services, but they're doing that to respond to a community.
Yeah. And Minister, with respect, if I can redirect
please,
you, the
do.
Inquiry specifically looked at cost shifting as one of its terms of reference. The report included a number of specific examples where nobody's really arguing about whether things should be the function of local government or not, and their services that councils are providing, but where the state government specifically has restricted their ability to actually recover the cost of providing those services. The most obvious one off the top of my head was the stormwater levy. The parliamentary inquiry has gone to the effort to do that work. We spoke with dozens of councils. We travelled across the state. We've now provided you with that report and those specific examples. Is that something that you will look at in the short term?
Look, I'm certainly going to look at. I'm going to look at it. I'm going, as part of the process, to look at it with all these matters in relation to local government, including, say, for example, the Red Fleet. You've really got, of which there is going to actually be a solution rising from the Legislative Assembly's Public Accounts Committee. You've got to go back to when these things first started, what the purpose of them were, and then see what the impacts are. And I'm happy to ensure that that's one of them.
In my last few minutes, I'd like to come to the ICAC Operation Mantis, which tabled its report late last year, and it made 19 recommendations to Canterbury Bankstown specifically in response to the finding of corrupt conduct.
Yep.
I'm interested in your view of what the implications actually are at a statewide level, and is more work needed to support councils to prevent this kind of behaviour from occurring at a different council?
So, just tell me which part of the recommendations are you concerned about?
I'm not concerned about any of the recommendations. What I've noted is that the recommendations are specifically to Canterbury Bankstown Council rather than to yourselves. But I think, with any issue like this, where trust from the community is reduced in the local government sector, it's important to look at whether this is something that could occur as an issue in a different council in future.
I've been having discussions with the Chief Commissioner and Commissioners of the Independent Commission Against Corruption in respect of a number of issues occurring in local government, and procurement is one of them. In fact, it's a substantial part of the Commission's work, local government procurement. And I'm going to try and address that as part of the statutory reviews of the codes of conduct. I'm calling it codes of conduct because in the code of conduct, it's not just a code of conduct, but other statutory requirements. I should say that arising from my discussions with ICAC and the material that they have given to me on a confidential basis, there is grave concern about the way procurement is occurring across the sector, whilst at the same time there's a lack of understanding of what local government is supposed to do and how it benefits a local economy. So, for example, you would know because you were on a regional council. I have an expectation, and I know this is the case of councils, say in rural and regional areas, that you want them to invest in their own local economy. You want them to generate and provide jobs in their own local economy. And when that occurs, the people whom they procure services from or goods, they all know each other. As I said to them, I was it's like when you do a country trial and your instructing solicitor knows everybody in the jury panel. They all know each other. They all go to school together, or the kids play sport together. And so imposing upon the council or councillors, a conflict of interest because they happen to know who they're procuring with, and they shouldn't do it, and they should get quotes and deal with people outside the city to avoid the perception of conflict and the suggestion of corruption is not really it doesn't really deter corruption. It just interferes with what you want local councils to do. So in terms of putting processes in place, you've got to be careful you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I have different views to them about that, but they're prepared to accept that I work through a series of statutory provisions or regulatory provisions, because all the council has to do is make sure they're getting value for money, not go and give work to, say, a Sydney contractor because they happen to know the contractor in town. And even if it costs more to get the local contractor, they should know how much more it costs so they can assess the benefit. But it's quite a difficult exercise. But there are problems at Canterbury Bankstown that go beyond procurement. Things like transparency. I have to check because Councillor Curry told me, but apparently they're not broadcasting their council meetings live. As part of my code of conduct review and my code of meeting practice, I'm not sure whether I wrote that in, but it's going to go in there now. I'm not having that stuff. I'm not having documents not transparent. I'm not having meetings not transparent, and I'm not having, non-broadcasting of council meetings.
Thanks, Minister. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I wanted to start by asking you about funding for rescue and rehoming organisations who are particularly struggling around their current cost of living crisis, and obviously, doing a huge amount of the work in rehoming animals across New South Wales. Can you provide an update on whether you'll be reinstating a grants program to support the vital work that these rescue groups are doing?
We will be, where that's up to, those matters will be going to the ERC reasonably soon, and hopefully we will get an outcome of them. But I agree with you, it's vital work. What stage does that work up to, Mr. Whitworth?
Thank you, Minister. So the budget process is being compiled. New South Wales Treasury did give the opportunity for a number of people to make submissions, and those submissions are being considered. We've also taken on board the numerous requests that have been made both through this committee and through yourself, Madam Chair, to have a more organised and less ad hoc process for those grants. So we've certainly made our bid, but it's a decision of government as to whether they decide to support that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. Minister, so is this going to be one of your priorities for what you push for within government? I understand there's lots of priorities, but will this be one of them?
Animal welfare and reform of Companion Animals Act and what's occurring in POCTA has become a far more significant part of the government's remit than I actually anticipated when I became a Minister for Local Government. In fact, I've dragooned one of my ministerial staff, somebody from the Office of Local Government who specialises in that particular area, which I understand you've had you've had dealings with, to ensure that it's given, that area is given priority. And as I think I said to you before, quite objectively, for no other reason, is that when I see the reductions of euthanasia rates or the results of rehoming that's occurred over the years, really, had it not been for the instigation of you and your colleagues, those things would never have happened by government, because they just would not have been given the priority that that at least you think they're entitled to.
And it's not just me. I think the community is very much on side of protecting companion animals as well.
Yeah.
In regards to the government response to the Pound inquiry, I was a bit concerned where it said that in regards to the funding for rehoming organisations, the response said this matter will be considered as part of the review of the Companion Animals Fund. And while I support a review of the Companion Animals Fund, I just want to make sure that we're not moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic and suggesting that, we split that very small crumb of money. I think it's currently about 8 million across councils. We heard at the Pound inquiry that the small amount that councils do receive don't cover the costs for the large majority of them for the very basic animal welfare, and they have to find other funding. I just want to make sure that we're not looking at sort of taking this very small crumb of money and trying to sort of divide it up into grants for rescue organisations as well, and that actually we're looking at additional funding rather than sort of splitting that, because I imagine that would lead to further animal welfare disasters in the council space.
One of the issues that government has to consider, and it's a very difficult one, is whether to grow that fund. And there's only really one source of that fund, whether you grow it or not. If you grow it wrongly, then it has perverse effects. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've only got, which is really frustrating to me, it must be frustrating to everybody, we've only got, 40% of dogs and cats registered. There's this gap between chips and registered, and I hope the new register is going to facilitate that. But so And we're not even sure whether the 4.7 million dogs and cats that are out there are actually the total number or not. They're only they're only chips. I've really been concerned. I've become fascinated by this actually since I've been the minister. Is what's actually involved in if you obtain a puppy? It's training. How much time has to be put into it for you to maximise the benefit of your pet?
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. And I know we've talked about training between us quite a bit.
It's all related to how much money you can extract from people for that fund.
Yes, and
where,
I agree.
and where
but
the expenditure occurs as a matter of priority.
Sure, but I'm not asking. My question wasn't about how much we can extract from that fund. My question was that the funding for the rescue groups won't be coming from that very limited fund, that we're actually looking into additional funding sources outside of the Companion Animals Fund to fund those rescues.
I'll do what I can because they do a terrific job, and they're actually fundamental to. They're actually fundamental to reducing not only euthanasia rates, but they're actually fundamental to providing assistance to. I accept what you say, and I'll do the best I can.
Thank you. I guess as I said, I support the idea of having more oversight into the Companion Animals Fund. I know that there's little information about how councils are actually spending that, and I think it's a fantastic move to have a further look into that. And my concern was just simply that we're going to take this very small amount of 8 million, which funds all councils across New South Wales on their animal welfare, and try to sort of divide that out further. Or, as you say, there's a limit on how much that can actually be increased before it's got a further negative welfare effect with people not registering their animals. And so it just means that there needs to be another sort of pocket of money that is included within this space, rather than sort of trying to take one very small crumb and dividing it up. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is mental health. As I'm sure you're aware that this isn't just an animal welfare issue, but also a mental health and safety issue for volunteers as well. I regularly get emails from rescuers, from people working in that rescue group, that they're absolutely inundated with the number of animals that are coming into their care. I got an email last month, Minister, that said the lack of support was causing untold mental damage to us on the ground, and warned that people will start committing suicide if no one comes to help. Do you agree that supporting animal rescues is an issue that needs to be addressed as a priority, so that we're actually supporting these people that are doing this really important work as well?
Yeah, I didn't know that the matter was that serious. I wasn't aware of that, but now that you brought it to my attention, I'll have that looked at immediately. Thank
you. And my next follow-up question was: Have you met with the Minister for Mental Health? But based on your answer, I'm assuming that would be a no. But would you be?
I'm happy to speak to the Minister for Mental Health about the issue at any time. But I really had no idea that I could understand why people may well be distressed, volunteering in that space, but I didn't know that it had that sort of serious impact, and so I'll seek to address that immediately.
Thank you. I think just to give some information around that, a lot of these people are big animal lovers, and when they're getting emails and calls to take animals in and they're beyond capacity already, that it leads to a lot of distress for people, because they know that if they say no to a certain animal, that probably means that animal will be euthanised. And so that's where that real stress comes into their day-to-day. On top of, the fact that many people that work in the rescue space, are skipping meals to be able to make sure that they can afford veterinary costs and various other things to be able to care for the animals in front of them. Minister, my last question is just around when we might actually hear about any funding changes, noting that you have sort of put in a bid through the process. Will we hear something before the budget itself is announced, or do we have to wait for the budget itself?
I think you're going to have to wait for the budget because that's where the money's voted.
Thank you. I now go to the opposition. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Previous budget estimates, and during your term as the Minister, you've committed to reviewing council financial sustainability, reforming the code of conduct, and addressing governance failures and councillor misconduct. However, and we're nearly sort of halfway through, none of these reforms have been delivered, and timelines keep slipping. I just wondered, Minister, are these reforms still a priority for the government, and when will we see concrete action?
Well, Ms McDonald, clearly, if anybody is talking to the local government sector, you would be well and truly aware of the noise that they are making about various parts of the discussion paper on the draft code of conduct and the code of meeting practice, because they need to go hand in hand, and they are quite and they are aware repeatedly of the work being done in relation to local government finance. But you would not believe the pushback that I'm getting in respect of open meetings and banning these private briefings.
I understand that, Minister, but
I just want to say, Ms McDonald, is that these matters aren't just a matter of me preparing a document, because I wrote the code of meeting practice, and imposing upon a tier of government my will or the government's will. That sector needs a cultural change, and you've got to take them with you, and they've got to understand the purpose of doing it. Conduct matters, serious conduct matters. I've been extremely frustrated by the way in which the NCAP process has occurred. In December, I had to talk to heads of jurisdiction about courts that
Minister,
prepared
can
to
I
take
just redirect you?
There's no magic bullet. If you want me to adopt something that will just be something imposed upon the sector, I could do it tomorrow. But that doesn't fix decades of inaction by New South Wales governments who have created the problem.
Yeah, but I remember you also saying for far too long the sector has been, it has been abused, the system has been abused, and it's time to restore confidence in councils.
That's true.
And here we are, and still no timeline for action. But
because Ms McDonald, you have to
Sorry,
take them
Minister,
with you.
I'm going to ask
you can't
a
just
different
impose
question.
upon them your will.
I didn't ask a question, I was just making a statement there.
Okay.
Also I note, and I'll return to IPART now, that the Premier, Chris Minns, in the Daily Telegraph on Tuesday the 11th of February, so fairly recently, and I'll quote, so I'll have to read this out, sorry. Where are we? Premier Chris Minns indicated yesterday he would leave any audit of council expenditure to IPART. They assess everything, he said. Is that correct? Do IPART audit a council and assess everything?
They will certainly be assessing their expenditure to ensure that the councils can justify their application. I can look at the basis of the application by say Northern Beaches and North Sydney, and I can see the increases in expenditure, and I'm sure IPART will be quizzing them in relation to it, because that's the whole purpose of their determinations for SRVs.
Yep. So can I just turn to then, or refer you to a document from an IPART fact sheet, and it says, is your council talking about special variation? And it's dated the 17th of September last year, and states, we do not assess the merits of council spending decisions or spending priorities, such as how a council has decided to allocate its funds for future projects. We also cannot audit council finances as part of our assessment process, as this is not part of our delegated function. So you've answered that question. So how can the community in this parliament have confidence in the process if there appears to be the Premier saying one thing, IPART saying another thing?
No, I don't accept the premise of your question. I can say to you this, for example, I can see, as they can see, I'm sure, I've got to be careful what I say because I don't want to be seen to be influencing what is an independent process by making public statements about the merit of somebody's application. I mean, people are pretty angry, I know, in those two council areas, and rightfully so, in the way in which that has proceeded. We're at a cost of living crisis. I ask councils before they go to the people for increases to make sure they've exhausted or looked at their own expenditure before they make their application. In Northern Beaches, they voted for a 10.7% increase. I mean, that's sort of pretty unheard of. Everybody's dropping off their SRVs because their communities are up in arms, and then they want to bounce them by going up to something like 40%. Well, I can see their infrastructure spends. I can see the increase in internal staffing costs. They'll certainly have to be talking to somebody about that. I can look at North Sydney's. I mean, I know it's not the council's fault or the council before that's fault that they got caught with $120 million on what's probably a criminal, almost a criminal conduct. Well, that's probably unfair. I'll withdraw that. Really poor conduct of a pool that was only going to cost $58 million. But I can see that their application to IPART, 25% of it's for the pool. And then looking at where the other 75%'s go. I mean, clearly those matters are going to be considered by IPART in accordance with their application. And I just don't want to talk about the merits of their application.
Okay,
having people like Tony Abbott say people shouldn't pay their rates.
Yeah,
it's just outrageous for
sorry,
former
if I can
Prime
just
Minister.
pull you up there because you did mention that you...
Just speak up a bit, please, madam.
Sorry. You can see, you mentioned that you can see how council expends its money and remuneration. I just wondered, Minister, so we see council CEOs and general managers in some areas are earning salaries that, they exceed those of government department heads, yet councils are citing financial distress and requesting special rate variations. Do you believe the current framework for council CEOs and general managers is appropriate?
Can I tell you, one of the things that really drives me up the wall is when they proclaim themselves as CEOs. The Local Government Act requires the appointment of a general manager. They are not a chief executive officer. They do not have executive powers.
But that doesn't answer my question.
And they're giving themselves profound titles that are not statutory titles. I have addressed already the issue in relation to senior staff and directors of councils. I've brought them in to the award by legislation, which you'd be aware of under the Industrial Relations. I was opposed in 1993 to giving general managers contracts. They used to be graded depending upon council's grading, and I thought that was a fair result. It was a promotional system within the local government sector. I'm not in a position to judge, but I do say that the public, and they do have to report it publicly, it does have to go in the annual report, and the amount that is being disclosed is a total package, including superannuation and all these other costs, which inflates the figure. But I do have to concede the public disquiet has always been my disquiet about that.
Okay, so given that, Minister, what steps, if any, are you considering to ensure that ratepayers' funds are spent responsibly and to your point, with regard to CEOs?
It's not... Ratepayers' funds being spent responsibly are matters for the
council.
democratically elected councillors, and to intrude in what they consider to be responsible is not appropriate. Whether or not this is a matter that has troubled me since I've been the minister, but it does not have an easy response. There's a shortage of good qualified general managers. The really good ones can dictate a price. You just got to be careful you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I understand, Minister. So you say it's troubled you.
Yeah, it has.
And then you say, yes, well, it's up to councils, but what steps can you, as Minister for Local Government, not Minister for looking into local government, do?
Well, I suppose if the Nats and the Libs would have had a solution to this issue, you would have done it. You would have done it years ago. I mean, this is a matter that's been created through legislation in 1993.
Well, you're the Minister now. You can fix it. How are you going to fix it, Minister?
Well, I don't think it can be fixed that easily.
Okay.
But if you have a solution, I'm happy to consider it.
I'm not the Minister. You're the Minister.
Yeah, well, I don't have an
I'm asking the questions.
I don't have an easy solution. I know it's a problem, but there are plenty of problems I don't have easy solutions for. Otherwise, there wouldn't be problems anymore.
Okay. Well, then would you support greater transparency in how these salaries are determined and whether they should align more closely with New South Wales Government senior executive pay scales?
I'm happy to have a look at that. You've got to be careful what you wish for in these things. They can go up.
They can go up, yeah.
Well, you know what some of the public sector pay scales are like.
Yeah. And I'm still on Northern Beaches, sort of. On page 20 of the Northern Beaches Councillor Expenses and Facilities Policy, the use of ratepayers' money for alcohol is specifically excluded. Are you aware that the council has spent $24,000 on alcohol for councillors at meetings, briefings, ceremonies and parties involving councillors?
No, I don't look at I don't look at individual councils' 252 policies.
So not aware.
I have an expectation that they would be adhering to it. You got to make sure that doesn't include civic receptions and all that sort of stuff. I mean, these are issues that these are internal issues, unless they're acting unlawfully, where the Office of Local Government has a responsibility. It's not the function of the state to go drill down into issues where they haven't acted unlawfully.
Okay, so but you would concede that 24,000 is quite a large sum of money.
Well, I don't know if they've got if it includes amounts for civic receptions and other things, then it may not be. Okay. I mean, they might have a civic reception for volunteer lifesavers that they provided alcohol. You just need to be careful with.
All right. That equates to about $1,000 a fortnight, though. Anyway, I'll move on to the next question. Are you aware the council has spent? This is a big number. Sorry. $1,016,000. Yeah, $1,016,000 of ratepayers' money on catering at council meetings, briefings, ceremonies, and parties involving councillors.
Well,
do you give the same answer?
Again,
you didn't look at that?
No, I'm not aware of it because I don't drill down in any one of the 128 councils in the state.
But wouldn't you, if they're asking for a special rate variation, start to look at these figures?
I don't consider special rate variation application. IPART does.
Yes.
Secondly, you're talking about a really large council that covers the entire Northern Beaches. I don't know what that expenditure includes compared to their overall budget. Councils have civic responsibilities, They have receptions and other community events. I have no idea what they do, and really, it's providing they're acting in accordance with the law.
Yep.
They are accountable to their own communities for their own expenditure. If the day the state starts taking control of how council start spending money that's within their discretion, you may well not have elected people. The fact the elected people are under pressure, the fact that they're feeding this stuff through to the Liberal Party to put them under pressure is good, because that's what democracy is all about. But they should be facing community pressure for expenditure to justify their expenditure.
So can I just stop you there, only because at the start I said that it was a Northern Beaches councillor expenses and facilities policy. I don't know how much you have, so will you take any action on what is a clear breach by the Northern Beaches Council of its councillor expenses?
Well, on the basis of your assertion that they're acting contrary to the law because they're acting outside their 252 policy, I'll request Mr Whitworth to look at it. But I tell you what though, being sent down rabbit holes because of a local political squabble and using limited OLG resources, I'd be pretty annoyed if that's what it's turned out to be, Mr McDonald. I mean, I'm happy for you to run issues on their behalf, and I'm happy for you to ask me questions and highlight what you or others locally might consider to be inappropriate expenses. But an assertion of impropriety under Section 252 of the Local Government Act that requires me to ask the OLG to go and look at an internal squabble is the use of limited resources I can't spare. So do you want me to do that? I will do it. I will do it.
Okay,
I'll ask him to do it.
I would like you to.
Minister, this isn't a case of just some sort of petty squabble between councillors. This is a case of where you've got a council which is seeking an extraordinary, as you've already conceded yourself, special rate variation in this area. Wouldn't you have thought that with these issues being raised in the public sphere, this is not the first place that they've been raised, that you would actually have already instructed the Office of Local Government to have an investigation as to the council's compliance? Why would unless somebody brings to my or the OLG's attention that there is some suggested unlawfulness in breach of a Section 252 policy, it's not for the OLG to drill down into their expenses. They've got an application before IPART. IPART will make the determination. As I said to you, I can see. I mean, $24,000 for alcohol doesn't equate to a substantial portion of a 40% rate increase where they're seeking tens of millions of dollars. Where those funds are where their funds that they're seeking to justify their application are in, from what I can determine, staff costs and infrastructure spends, which I don't think are genuine. Well, they don't look like they've been immediate infrastructure spends that they need to fund, but that's IPART will work that out. But Minister, with respect to the council's policy and their use on alcohol and entertainment expenses and the like, and food, and whether they may be civic receptions or not, you've undertaken now to direct the Office of Local Government to have an investigation. This is not the first time that these issues have been ventilated. As you've said, this has gained considerable media attention, and residents in the Northern Beaches are significantly concerned about the impact of this rate increase. Wouldn't you have asked the Office of Local Government to look into these matters before today's hearing?
This is the first. I don't send the Office of Local Government to go and look at every issue that's run in the media where people are complaining about the expenditure of a council. They are democratically elected. They're accountable to their community, and in places like Northern Beaches, they're getting the scrutiny and the criticism, in my view, that they deserve. This is the first time I've been told by a member of the Legislative Council that they seem to be acting unlawfully in terms of one of their items of expenditure, and if she maintains that, then my duty is to request the Office of Local Government to look at it, and I've done so on a third-party basis in your presence.
Well, thank you, Minister, for undertaking that action and asking the Office of Local Government to inspect this. But it does seem to be a fairly hands-off approach when you've got a council that's seeking an extraordinary rate variation to have not taken any action until now.
The action's contained within the statutory process, and that is that they've got to go through an independent process. It's the whole purpose of, in 2010, that's been going for 15 years, SRVs go to IPART for determination. They used to be determined from about 1978 to 2010 by the Minister, who was making political decisions in respect of rate peg. So having me making a political decision about what I perceive to be a fair rate increase is just not the way in which you should treat a democratically elected third tier of government. Otherwise, what are they there for? They've got to be given respect. They've got to face the pressure. They've got to face the music. They're facing the music. And just like other councils have that are throughout the state that have consulted their communities about special rate variation applications, the community have been up in arms raising the same sort of issues, and the councils have not proceeded. Some of them have. Some of their communities agree to an increase. I mean, Northern Breaches agreed to 10.7%. That's rare. So, when they sort of decided they were going to grab a bit more along the way, they're getting what they deserve, really.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, coming back to the issues of integrity and transparency, I wanted to raise with you an issue in councillors' disclosures of their property interests. And we had a debate in the Legislative Council last year on the Local Government Amendment Pecuniary Interest Bill, where I raised this adjacent issue. I appreciate it hasn't come to the Legislative Assembly for debate yet. The issue that's been raised with me is that some councils are allowing the addresses of all properties owned by councillors to be redacted on the grounds of their privacy, and I understand that's really important for people's primary residence, and we're afforded the same privacy for our primary residents as members of Parliament. But it's been raised with me that shouldn't extend to investment properties owned by a councillor. I'm interested in your view on whether that's acceptable and it's something you might address.
No, it's not acceptable. I've got to go further than just forcing them to... They're entitled to privacy, their primary place of residence, as are we. They are entitled to privacy for maybe a secondary residence that they might utilise in certain circumstances, such as security reasons. But they're not entitled to not disclose their property holdings. They have to do that, and I'm going to address that. The other thing they cannot do, which I'm going to address, and I know the Parliament or the Government's going to address this as well for New South Wales MPs and MLCs, is breaking through trusts as well, so that assets can't be hidden in trusts, whether you're a trustee or beneficiary. They have to be disclosed because that's been a vehicle to avoid disclosure. So you're on the right track. It's going to go further, and it's just not acceptable. You might remember one of the commissioners is responsible for making sure documents are public. I mean, there's some councils that just refuse to disclose those things. There was 7, I think now there's only about 3 last I got told. So, no, there's going to be some statutory process. There'll be some process or code that won't allow it.
Okay. When you say some process or code, are you referring to the current Code of Conduct review or a different future piece of work?
That process. So my initial view was to have the Code of Conduct to be similar to hours and then have a regulatory process in place. After talking to ICAC and after having them given me some confidential material, I didn't quite appreciate the extent of the problem. So that's one of the reasons I've had a bit of a rethink.
Okay. And in the interim, it would be your advice to those councils that are redacting property interests?
Yeah, if anyone's going to redact that, I just might have the OLG now have a quick look at the current provisions and see if I can make some quick change. I'm just not having it because those people who are refusing to do that just throw up a lack of trust for the sector and impacts on public confidence.
I agree with you, Minister. Thank you for your attention to that matter. I also wanted to ask you about some performance improvement orders that are in place, and there's
I'm sorry.
Performance improvement orders that are in place, and there's a couple that concern me, notably Edward River Council and Central Coast Council. And the Edward River, and the reason I've chosen those two is that they were imposed during the term of the previous council and are now applying to the newly elected group of councillors. So particularly looking at the reasons for the order for Edward River, it's specifically related to behaviours of councillors, dysfunction, reputational damage, etc. Do you think it's fair that that's imposed on a new group of elected councillors when it relates to a different group of elected people?
Well, Edward River, where there'd been some squabbling. I think I sent you down there once, didn't I?
Yes.
Edward River.
Yes, Minister.
I sent Mr. Whitworth down there and to informally tell them that if I get any more of these, codes of conduct and any more squabbling, I'm going to surcharge them all because I've just had enough, which he did do. But ultimately, I was the one who got a complaint from the local member, and I actually looked at the video of the council meeting and saw the behaviour of the then mayor. And I can tell you what had happened was, and this is what I saw personally that caused me to act. There was a councillor legitimately raising a variety of concerns, as we all have these councillors on councils that raise a variety of issues or concerns, of which the mayor and the general manager weren't all that happy about.
Sorry, Minister, I'm going to interrupt you just only in the interest of time. To clarify, I'm not questioning the reasoning behind the initial order. I'm questioning the continuation of it into the new term.
I'll just say to you that I saw the conduct. I determined that they needed a performance improvement order because I wasn't going to have the mayor improperly and unlawfully throw councillors out of a meeting. It couldn't continue any longer. It upsets the democratic balance. And I put an order on them, and they had to appoint, what do we call that person we appointed?
An advisor.
An advisor. The advisor went down there, it had an immediate effect. The advisor's given a report after the election saying that the culture seems to have changed. I think there's one more report coming, which is due about now or next month, and I think they've overcome their problems. There is what the reporting I'm getting.
That report's due today.
What's that?
The report's due today.
Today, is it? Yeah. And they seem to be going reasonably well. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased it's worked anyway. The Central Coast, all the three councils that came out of administration, I put on performance improvement orders. Each of them had been dismissed where there had been reports by the commissioners and administrators had set a pathway. Central Coast, I just remind you, Dr. Con, they reached a stage where they couldn't pay their wages on the Friday. That's how bad
I appreciate that, but surely you also appreciate this is a brand new council and a brand new group of elected people who were not involved in those decisions.
As part of, so they were in major financial difficulties. You're talking about the biggest council in the state. Coming out of administration, I wanted them out of administration, even though I knew that the pathway that they had to restore their financial positions had not yet been completed, even though the administrator had turned the budget process around. The quality of service had to drop substantially too, unfortunately. but I wanted them out quickly. But I wanted the trajectory. I mean, they had to borrow, I think, 100 million from one bank and 50 from another. That required them to sell 150 billion worth of assets. Candidates were campaigning that they were going to not sell assets, and they were campaigning they're going to stop selling assets, and they were going to sack the general manager and etc. So I, before the election, put a performance improvement order on them for 12 months, whereby there was an expectation, effectively, that they wouldn't engage in major staffing structural changes without the agreement of the Office of Local Government, and that they would adhere to the general budget direction that had been set in the previous budget without reference to the Office of Local Government. The 3 performance improvement orders, I mean, there have been 2 requests to the Office of Local Government which have been granted. It's for 12 months, just to keep them in a guardrail, to give them a start. I think that's reasonable. I know they don't like it, but it's not impacting upon what they're doing or how they're doing it or anything of that nature.
I draw you back to your earlier comments this morning about local government as a legitimate third tier of government, and you and I are in furious agreement about that. Would it be fair at a state government level for you as an incoming minister in a new government to be restricted by guardrails, to be sticking within the budget set by the previous government? We would never accept that here.
You know, Dr. Con, if you ever become a minister, you will be staggered at the tightness and strength of the guardrails that surround you. It's far more than any guardrail on any council with a performance improvement order on it or not. It's not unreasonable. It's a guardrail. You know, it's more about ego and theory, I think, than it is about practice. What is it now? February. You know, they've got 6 or 7 months. What are they going to clean out the staff after then? Are they? I mean, really, it's just...
To be clear, I'm not making any inferences about what they should or shouldn't be doing at Central Coast. It's an in-principle question.
If you had a vote in the Central Coast as to whether they'd rather stay in administration or have councillors, they'd probably vote for administration. So you want to be, you know, I mean, I want to give the councillors the best possible start. It is an incredibly difficult job to manage that merged council. I mean, the Premier described these amalgamations as a bloody disaster. That is extremely difficult task. I mean, you wouldn't want any of their jobs for quids. I just admire the fact they've put their hand up, and I think they'll probably be surprised how difficult the job actually is.
I'm out of time.
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the Companion Animals Act review that was announced this week. As you know, Portfolio Committee number 8 recently conducted the inquiry into pounds, and we've currently got the other inquiry with the Animal Welfare Committee into cat management. I'm just wondering what this particular review will look for as additional information to the perspectives that have come out in those inquiries.
I need a solution on cat management and cat containment.
Sorry, Minister. I know those inquiries are going on. I'm just wondering what the new Companion Animals Act review will be looking into as additional information beyond those 2 inquiries. Well, at the moment the discussion paper's out, and I'm wanting feedback on any area that might improve what the government has proposed to do on the discussion paper. I don't want to be prescriptive, and I'm really troubled. I've got 2 inquests that have where coroners have given findings in the most horrific deaths. There's 2 more to come. I want to see what's recommended by the coroner. I'm personally troubled by dangerous dogs and the risk of any dog can attack, and I'm troubled by the extent of maybe training or availability of council rangers. I'm troubled by the additional resources that local government are going to
have to deal with in relation to power that they will ultimately get over, for example, cats and stray cats. I'm troubled with an overreaction to cat containment by councils, if that's the way we go. Because if you say, look at Victoria, they got cat containment, but it's not enforced. So I just want to get. I mean, it hadn't been done for 20 years. I just want to get it. I just want to get it right. It's more important to get. It's more important to get it right. As you know, Ms. Hurst, the government's certainly not the fountain of wisdom in relation to either animal welfare or animal management.
Thank you. And as you mentioned, you know, some of the questions are very broad. That is part of that discussion paper. For example, one of the questions is what more could be done to reduce the number of homeless cats and dogs in New South Wales. So are you looking at a whole range of suggestions like funding, education, breeding? Are you looking at reforms outside of just amending the Companion Animals Act?
Yeah, I'm prepared to. How do you teach? See, when animals reach a stage where people start surrendering, they surrender for a variety of reasons, as you know. Mm-hmm. Some of those reasons are that either they can't train the animal the way they can benefit. If you take a rescue dog, then the amount of training probably required is even greater.
Well, I mean, I'll just interrupt you there just because I'm worried about sort of putting misinformation out there. I think that untrained animals is probably one of the very small percentage of animals that would be taken to pounds or rescues. The RSPCA has told us in various inquiries that the huge majority of animals are rescued because of cost of living crisis situations and the fact that they can't find animal-friendly rentals if they need to find new accommodation. So most of these animals are well behaved that end up in these rescue centres, but people can't afford them.
So if we address, as the government is addressing, say, pets in rentals, what impact is that going to have? Is that going to have an impact?
Yeah, if the
and
pets in
what's
rentals...
the percentage of the impact, and how does that impact rehoming? I mean, that's a pretty interesting question as well, isn't it?
No, it's a very important question, and I express my disappointment with the tranches that have come through from that minister in regards to the fact that we haven't addressed the pets in rentals. And I understand it's not in your portfolio, Minister, but yes, that was a Labor election commitment, but the pets in rentals situation is still highly problematic. And the changes that we'll put into place won't make it easier to rent with animals. Yeah, so that situation remains the same, and I think it is hugely, hugely problematic and will continue to fall into your portfolio in the way that animals will continue to end up in rescue centres and pounds because of that rental problem.
That's why we need to get the legislative reforms right.
Yes,
and I think
absolutely.
That's been the difficulty and the frustration the government's had, because we've announced a way forward, but I mean we're dealing with sort of land law that goes back to 1065. I mean it's not a if it was that easy we'd just do it tomorrow. We just got to get it right, because at the end of the day, until you have a proper setup for no grounds evictions, you're never going to be able to protect the pet owners, are you?
Yeah, it kind of needs to be a combination of both. And I would encourage you to meet with Minister Chan Tavong to sort of talk about...
Doing it all the time.
About that issue as well. That would be fantastic. I suspect some of your discussion paper will get a lot of recommendations, as we have had through the various inquiries calling for funding for dissexing. Is that something that you're open to considering as part of the review, to reduce the number of animals that we've got in the first place?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. And I also understand you're going to be conducting some targeted stakeholder meetings and roundtables as part of the consultation process. Do you have any sort of timeline as to when you expect those to take place? Will it occur after the discussion paper closes in early May, or will it happen sometime sooner?
I'll have to ask Mr Whitworth. Your timetable for discussions?
I might ask Ms Van den Honert to answer that, because she's taking on that responsibility for companion animals. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Whitworth. Yes, we will be conducting workshops and modelling after the discussion paper has come in. So once the discussion paper, and we've had all the submissions from the community and from stakeholders, we will look at that information, gather it all, make a submissions report, and we will then go out for discussion on the options.
Thank you. Minister, and as part of the review, I know obviously you're considering updating the Companion Animals Act, but will you also be looking at updating regulations as well?
That will flow from as a matter of course from the Act change.
So at this point, you're just sort of very broadly putting the net out there and seeing sort of what comes back from the community, what comes back from people working in this space, and you're open to looking at regulations, the Act, funding, education initiatives, see what actually comes in.
Yeah, the Act traditionally empower regulations when you've got to make specific changes. So the regulations are actually empowered, get their power from the actual Act.
Thank you. So just to clarify, you're looking into a whole broad suite of potential reform in this space through the discussion paper.
I just want to get it right. I mean, you only get sort of one bite at the cherry. I know it can be a bit frustrating because you've got companion animals with a local government portfolio, and you've got animal welfare with the Department of Primary Industry, but I've got companion animals. I got to get it right. It's like the code of conduct. I just don't want to produce a document and beat my chest and say I've done it, because effectively, you know, in this portfolio, I've approached it on a completely bipartisan basis. I consult with the shadow minister over legislation in every major matter. It hasn't happened in this space before, and there's this window to get genuine reform right, and I just want to get everything right while I've got everybody in the cart moving in a similar direction, and you know, I've shown a willingness. So, you know, legislative changes have been made on a bipartisan basis, and the opposition have actually suggested changes and added value to that legislation. While everybody's moving in the same direction, now's the time to get it right, and I just want it right rather than just putting through a bill that might have to be changed or doesn't work in practice or ignores stakeholders or ignores particularly vulnerable people or vulnerable animals, or even impacts upon breeders or their profitability. I just want to get it right.
Thank you, Minister. Throw to the opposition.
Minister, I draw you back to Dr. Con's line of questioning on performance improvement orders, and one that's nothing to do with amalgamations. I will say that I and the Monero community acknowledge you taking action on issuing the performance improvement order for the Snowy Monero Regional Council. But I believe you also are very aware that it's far more serious than simply squabbling, as you described one of the other examples. So can you very briefly say why you've taken the action in this particular instance?
I know what their concern is, and I also know what the limitations are of the ability to intervene. There is an implied freedom of political communication that exists, that's been imposed on the High Court, and so any legislation or any rules or codes that are inconsistent with that right are invalid. You would appreciate as well as I do that in dealing with those problems and those issues, you have to negotiate very carefully the process to ensure that you do not leave yourself open for decisions to be set aside. The performance improvement order required signed undertakings. As I think last week, finally the person that you're referring to has been has signed.
So all councillors under the requirements that you issued have now signed?
All of them have done so. I have, I mean, in some of the, if I call them code of meeting practice reforms, the mayor will be given additional power to act within meetings, but even without those reforms, the mayor and the council have other actions available to them.
Limited though, Minister?
What's that?
They're still limited?
No, they're not really. I mean, part of the problem with a number of councils is that rather than utilising the powers that are available to them, they wait till the end of the meeting and then put in a code of conduct complaint. But there is a certain requirement for councillors to conduct themselves in a particular way, to have the meetings dealt with quickly, to move things through quickly, their powers to move the gag. And the council itself can give the mayor power to remove councillors, and the council itself can remove by resolution. So I think if matters drag on in those council meetings after the improvement order and the undertaking, it might help. It might help for some training as to how that person can be handled. And I understand there are also other areas such as work health and safety matters being looked at. There are other areas, but I don't understate the issue. I mean, I've actually heard from magistrates who have had that person in their courtroom. So I've spoken to other members of Parliament and members of the Legislative Council that have dealt with that councillor. I don't underestimate or dismiss easily what those concerns are.
No, and the community at large is certainly very aware of your acknowledgement of the seriousness of this situation. I just say this: Snowy Monaro have their own really difficult challenges as it is.
Yes.
The last thing they need is to be distracted by that. So I'm really conscious of that, but I'm really conscious of ensuring that if I err as a matter of law because of, then that will make the situation worse.
Yep, I understand. Thank you, Minister, and for pointing that out as well. Just a couple of points to that. And what you're talking about there, whether you are limited to a degree in how you can address serious matters that we're seeing before us for SMRC. But one of the things that I would point out, and which was included in your performance improvement order, is that there's alleged offences against both the Public Interest Disclosures Act 2022 and alleged offence against the Local Government Act 1993. Would that not give you more opportunity to act from a legal perspective and to have more opportunity to address clearly what are serious breaches, alleged breaches in that respect alone.
Now that I've issued a performance improvement order, I'm then I'm in a position to be in a stronger in a stronger position.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things actually that has occurred over the years, and in fact it started off by actually the Griner Fay government, and then was continued on for recollection by the O'Farrell government, is that when they got elected, they always promised to provide, independence and protection from the state for local government. So the days where the minister could just sack a council can't occur anymore. The days ministers could, get them to do stuff by these sort of threats, I mean, they were all removed. So they have the state's power to deal with recalcitrant councils are effectively limited. I suppose it's a bit like the Commonwealth trying to deal with recalcitrant states. They can't deal with them either. So they've been put in that situation. I have some additional powers of the performance improvement order.
Okay.
I'm monitoring it closely,
and that's
I'm going to. I'm just going to have another talk to Mr. Whitworth about chairing council meetings. I'm not taking up your time because I'm happy to sit here for 2 days if you like. But
me too.
Gary Payne, who was the secretary of the then Department of Local Government, who, with Jerry Peacock, shepherded through the 1993 Local Government Act. He would have been an expert at local government. He went up to Tweed as the administrator, and it was ringing me about how you contain a ruly planning committee, because all these people were shouting and yelling out abuse. So just because you are a local government expert, unless you've actually been an elected person chairing a meeting, it's a different job altogether.
Yep.
So I'm going to have a talk to Mr. Whitworth, and maybe I might go down there and talk to the mayor about the way in which I would chair a council meeting in his
and I think it's, I don't know whether you've had the chance to watch on those meetings that are taking 5 and 6 hours to pass through business papers. So no, they don't, and so I think it's a little bit more than just the chairing as well. But I do appreciate your continued attention to it. So can I just quickly, Minister?
The procedures too. I mean, you can move the gag, and there are ways in which you can work out how to move the gag and push matters through.
And I guess it's the longer term effects of all of this as well. So just quickly then, so that I can hand back to one of my colleagues to ask questions as well. You're saying that you're monitoring this very closely. There's going to be monthly reports on council. So I'm presuming that has to be prepared by council staff. More importantly to that, Minister, what are the ramifications going to be, and what sort of timeline are you looking at should any of those councillors who have now signed this order be in breach? Are we going to be back here in 12 months' time asking the same questions, or are you going to be able to act more quickly?
I don't want to publicly prejudge something that hasn't occurred. That would be probably improper, and it'd be subject to a legitimate complaint. But
the ultimate ramification would be the council going into administration. That would be the worst case scenario.
Well, that would need a public inquiry, and you don't interfere lightly with the democratic process.
No, I agree with you, Minister, but this is a very, very serious situation.
I understand,
as you know,
it's a very
the
serious
community
situation.
is absolutely beside themselves, and if it continues to go on, it's also setting a bad example for other councils.
Well, it brings
across the state.
It brings local government into disrepute.
It absolutely
and
does.
It needs all the assistance it can to restore its reputation.
I agree. So I would ask, and I presume that you are already committed to ensuring that this is continue to be looked at in the most serious way possible, and that action is taken.
I can assure you that it is being. But I'll now make I'll make a point of considering whether or not I should have, whether I should involve myself and give the Mayor the benefit of my local government experiences distinct from ministerial duties in an effort to try and aid the process.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'll hand to my colleague.
Thank you. Minister, 12 months ago, pretty much to the day, you were in this, not in this room, I think we were in the Preston Stanley room, and you announced at that stage that we would have the State Development Committee inquiry into the sustainability of local government rather than IPART conducting it. At that time, you said, and I quote, I don't think we can wait 12 months. And you also said, and I quote, we're in a cost of living crisis in New South Wales. Everybody is struggling. Minister, we're 12 months away from the time when you said we couldn't wait 12 months. Why are we still waiting when it comes to hearing the government's response to the financial sustainability of local government in New South Wales?
Because even if you look at those words in isolation, Mr. Farlow, it would have taken 12 months effectively for IPART to start and then take another 12 months to get their report. So we give it a commitment of a parliamentary inquiry. There's been a parliamentary inquiry. They've reported at the end of November. And I need to, as I've said to you before, to be able to take realistically the next step, I need to get people on board. As I said to you, it's taken me a while. There's a new Auditor General. I have them on board. I have a sector on board. I've got to change their entire financial system. I've got to change their depreciation schedules. I mean, it becomes ridiculous to report on, to provide for depreciation schedules of non-realisable assets. I mean, why are they on a local government's balance sheet? I mean, it's not an asset which is realisable, which produces a balance sheet that's not really a balance sheet of their assets. So it's far more complicated than that. The other thing, I mean, I have had discussions with IPART as to a particular way forward as well. In the intervening period, IPART's determinations have been far more flexible because they're now looking forward with inflation, with inflation now taking into consideration forward. They are passing ESL through, and they are also taking into consideration population increases in their determinations, so that the sector itself seems to be happier with the way IPART's operating than they were in the past. The sector want removal of rate pegging, which is not going to occur. So it's not. And also, I need to test. It's not just about income for local government, it's also about expenditure, and it's also about scrutiny of expenditure. So it's a far more complex area than that. I mean, I can produce something tomorrow if you like, and that, but I produce a report tomorrow. Which I personally am happy with, and I discharge the obligations that I have to this House. But it goes nowhere.
To that point, when can the ratepayers of New South Wales and the councils across New South Wales expect to see some action?
Well, the ratepayers in New South Wales are the ones that are being protected currently in this cost of living crisis by IPART. So they're being protected.
Well, they're looking down the barrel of special rate variations of up to 40%. Like, doesn't seem like protected at the moment. But I take your point that IPART's standing between. There's
128 councils, and what is there, 6 or 7 making applications last year? I mean, Snowy Valley's got refused, others only got part increase. I mean, the public are reasonably protected. The public are protecting themselves through the consultation period. The public aren't impacted. The people that are complaining about, well, some sectors are complaining about rate pegging are actually some of the councils themselves and the USU.
Now, one thing I think we can all agree on, Minister, when it comes to the financial sustainability of local government is that the federal government needs to stump up more. Have you made any representations to the federal government about
Yeah,
financial
constantly. I've
assistance?
had discussions with the federal minister who's approaching the treasurer. It used to be 1%. It's down to 0.5% of federal assistance grants. It's not fair, particularly for rural and regional councils. I mean, it's really not fair.
So,
And at the moment, with the Grants Commission having a no worse off test that it's continuing to apply, means that the pressures that pressure falls on smaller rural and regional councils. But I'll tell you what, though, I suppose if you didn't have that, Northern Beaches, North Sydney would be asking for more in their SRVs, wouldn't they?
so Minister, you said you raised this issue with the Treasurer, is that correct?
I've
Federal
raised this
Treasurer?
issue with the federal minister, who's
Yep.
raised it with the federal treasurer. All the state ministers have done that.
Have you raised the issue with the Prime Minister at all?
I haven't raised it specifically with the Prime Minister.
Thank you.
I can though next time I see him. But I'm
Does
sure,
your electorate
I'm
overlap
sure,
his, or-
I'm sure all the matters I discuss with the Prime Minister, that'd be. I don't think that'd be given the priority dealing with through the Prime Minister. It's best to deal with the federal government through the 6 states and 2 territory local government ministers and the federal minister through to the federal treasurer, with the support of the Australian Local Government Association.
And so through that process, have you seen any movement at all from the federal government in addressing this issue?
Yeah, there's been a federal parliamentary inquiry into it that has resulted from that. It hasn't reported yet, as far as I know. I can check if you like.
Thank you. Minister, one of the recommendations on council financial sustainability that's been put forward is for state-owned facilities and assets to pay rates. What are your thoughts on this, and do you think it'd assist councils in becoming more financially sustainable?
It's never been the practice in this 3-tier government system for governments to tax each other. So, except on limited circumstances where there are trading corporations or there's some level of profitability. So, Commonwealth land don't pay rates. The airports don't pay rates, although they've had imposed upon the leaseholders, to make ex gratia payments in lieu of rates, because on areas that are leased out. So that's just turning on its head practices where governments don't necessarily tax each other. So I'm not sure whether that's that's not. But for example, say Sydney Water pay rates on their land. So. And you might be surprised at how many councils haven't identified Sydney Water's land for the purposes of rating them. So it's not all state-owned land, but it's certain state-owned government land, probably Crown land, that vacant Crown land and stuff they're not paying rates on, or maybe parks that they own that they're not paying rates on.
You haven't lobbied though.
If they're commercial, if they're there does need to be some review of land that is rate exempt, irrespective of who owns it, that are specifically leased out for commercial purposes or business purposes, because otherwise you're providing a competitive advantage to people. That's in breach of
Minister,
realistic
can I,
competition policy.
Just interrupt,
Sure.
with regard to, say, road funding, and you said you had spoken to federal ministers and...
Federal assistance grant funds.
Sorry, the federal assistance grant. So I just, because there is a disparity, and... do I keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, okay. So the identified local roads component of the financial assistance grant is based, as you know, on fixed historical shares rather than current infrastructure needs.
Yes.
Have you lobbied the federal government to reform this allocation model so that the funding better reflects, say, current road conditions, population growth, and regional infrastructure demands?
So
I don't think that model needs changing because the grants that are given, federal grants that are given, are untied.
Yes, I know.
They're arbitrary components. I mean, the argument is the total amount. I'm not sure that's productive, Mr. McDonald.
But as I said, there's a disparity, and I think the way anyway, I've run out of time, and I don't want to take other people's time. So.
Thank you. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, we're going to the break now?
Well, actually, we're going to government questions if they have any.
No, we've found what the Minister said very informative, as I'm sure everyone else has, so we have no questions, Minister.
In that case, we break for morning tea and we'll be back at 11:15.
Wow, everyone's here.
Welcome back to budget estimates 24-25, and I will throw straight to Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister Hoenig.
Good morning.
I was just hoping to have a brief exchange with you about the Hornsby Council administration of funds and the... if I could start by asking, what was the process for tracking the administration of the 19.5 mil in funding to Hornsby Council from 2020 to 2024?
I'll throw to Mr. Whitworth because the 19.5 million was discovered by you on a GIPA you did to Hornsby Council. So I had advised this committee that I had been advised that all disclosures of the grants were in writing, had been provided to this committee. It then transpired that advice was incorrect, and I think I then wrote to you correcting that and explaining why. So perhaps Mr. Whitworth could just indicate that to the committee.
We also apologised on behalf of the department.
You did. No, and I accept all of that. I'm just trying to dig into, like, was there actually a process? And look, frankly, for that level of detail, if it's not something, on the top of your head, Minister, I'm happy to come back in the afternoon with Mr. Whitworth and just try and kind of understand where the error was.
Yeah, because I knew nothing about it until you raised it with with me. I only knew about the 90 million that they'd been given that they didn't ask for, and the 36 million that I've asked for back that they won't give back.
Perhaps then, look, in terms of that, is it possible, has Hornsby Council provided any indication to you or the government that it will return the remaining 8.7 mil before the 23rd March 2025 deadline?
This is the 36 million that we've asked for, you asking about, or?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
On cross purpose, Mr. Whitworth?
Sorry, Ms. Higginson. I think you're talking about the unspent funds of the 19.5 million.
Yeah.
So I've written to Hornsby Council to ask them to identify how much of the 19.5 million remains uncommitted, because that's what the deed talks about. It talks about uncommitted rather than unspent funds. So and how much? So if they identify that there are certain amounts of money uncommitted, as of the date, and my memory was that it was the 23rd of December.
Oh.
Well, that it's the 23rd of December.
December, you're right.
And then they have until the March to pay that back. So that's I have written to them, as I've said. I'm waiting for their response.
So what legal options will OLG have, or you as the Minister have, if Hornsby writes back and says, well, we have uncommitted, or we're not returning the funds?
I think the OLG and the department are looking at litigation. It hasn't come to me yet, but I'm more considering looking at what other powers I've got under the Local Government Act, because, quite frankly, I think it's pretty outrageous.
I would agree with you, Minister. Beyond renaming Wesley Park to Mills Park Sports Field, was there any other factors that you're aware of that led to the omission of these funds in the response to budget estimates? Was there anything, have you identified anything in terms of, how the information didn't come to light?
For
the 19 million.
Yeah, for the 19.5 million.
So it was. I think what we've identified is there were three factors. One, the people that had agreed and were involved in the original approval of that 19.5 million are no longer with the Office of Local Government. So there was no one at a senior level that could make the connection between what they were reporting and what was the original grant. There was a breakdown in the way in which the information was compiled and checked and prepared. in that information was prepared more generally on grants, and people were looking at the question saying, the question is about Wesley Park, and this doesn't refer to Wesley Park at all, and so that was removed. And again, we apologise for that. That's an error. We've actually had a review by our governance team of that process, and
sorry, if you wouldn't mind if I can interrupt, Minister, are you satisfied now that there is a new process and there's now some accountability and traceability of?
Well, there's certainly a new process since the election of the government, because there's a commitment to it. There's a restructure taking place at the Office of Local Government that as a result of additional funds that have been provided in the last budget. So I'm satisfied that the Office of Local Government and the department are working through to ensure, together with government policy, that what occurred in relation to the Hornsby funding would not reoccur.
Wouldn't happen now. And just finally, in terms of any other unspent or uncommitted or in breach of initial arrangements, are there others that may come to light, or have we got a view across all of those grants?
I'd have to ask Mr. Whitworth, because they all happened prior to my time.
Yeah.
Mr. Whitworth.
Yeah. So there are a number of grants allocated under multiple different programs. So the Stronger Communities Fund, the New Council Implementation Fund, there are a number of those election commitments. So there are a number of grants to councils where the funding has not been completed. We have created a mechanism to review requests for extension. We also are tracking those councils where they haven't met the timeframe set out in the deed of.
And are there any others that you're requesting returns of funds at the moment?
At this point, we have requested returns of funds in Hornsby. Wasn't the only council. There were other councils. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I might come back this afternoon and go a little bit, if I can, in some more detail into my colleague.
Ms Higginson, can I just say, for the avoidance of doubt, that there was no impropriety indicated on behalf of the OLG staff. There has been a weakness in process, as Brett has identified, and I think we're working really hard to rectify that, but it hasn't been improper handling. It's simply been a process failure.
Thank you.
Minister, I'd like to come back to the issue of community safety for the LGBTQI community. It's something we discussed last year, and I understand that the OLG has disseminated advice from ACON to councils about how to hold events safely. Last year you made a commitment to meet with the Ministers for Police and Multicultural Affairs about this, did you?
I'd have to check. If I've given that commitment, I'm sure I would have, but I don't have any specific recollection now. Okay. But I mean, as you would appreciate, there's a fair bit of focus from the government in that space, and when it's not, usually the member for Sydney holds us to account pretty quickly. But I'll check.
I am interested in LGBTQI community safety across the state and not only in the electorate of Sydney. Specifically,
I think so is Mr. Greenwich, isn't he?
The Local Government Social Cohesion Grants program that's recently been announced by the government, will that include supporting events or program that support LGBTQI community inclusion and safety?
The grant's designed to support social cohesion and social harmony. It's not necessarily restricted simply to race, but there are, a number of factors that are impacting upon social harmony in the community, and the government believes that, local government is part of the solution. So wherever that occurs, local government are in a position to have some flexibility in terms of how they apply it.
Thank you. Equality Australia has commented that LGBTQI plus events have been cancelled because of threats of violence, and that community-based organisations and councils have not been able to guarantee safety of people involved, including because they cannot afford to. I've asked questions about this before, and I'm continually redirected back towards the police.
Yes.
But is there a responsibility here for councils to actually be adequately supported to be able to hold events that they're putting on to support the community safely?
Supported in which way?
So the most recent example is the Orange Rainbow Festival. There's a whole variety of inclusion events organised by local governments across the state.
Yeah, but when you say other ways in which to support them, what do you mean by other ways? What fund? You're talking about funding, or you're talking about what local government resources?
Given it's a clarification, I think that's
Thank
fine.
you, Chair. I mean, we discussed at length last year the ACON Hosting Community Events Safely Guide. There's a number of ways that councils have been specifically recommended to be able to put these events on safely in terms of the ways that venues or ticketing or advertising is organised. That's not necessarily just a reliance on the police, so I'm interested in what supports are actually available for councils to implement that advice.
I'd have to take that on. I'd have to take that on notice, Dr. Con.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Tanya Mahara.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Ms. Mahara.
Good morning. Yes, I just want to very, very quickly ask you a couple of questions because I'm conscious that there are a number of people here to ask you questions, but and I've got to go back to AG. And you probably know what I'm going to ask you. It is about the councillor conduct framework, and I'm concerned at how long it's taking, Mr. Hoenig, and I know you put the consultation paper at the end of November, I think it is, or September last year, and you sought submissions. When do you think this framework will be finally in effect in New South Wales?
So I've just been talking about that at length prior to the break to questions asked by other members of the committee. The Code of Conduct framework and the Code of Meeting Practice framework have to act together, and there is constant communication in respect of what should be contained in it, and pushback from the sector as well. As I indicated to the
Does that arise from the submissions? Is that what's happened? Is there?
Oh yes, and they're constantly talking to me or complaining through various sources about, for example, the abolition of private briefings or the requirement of transparency.
What kind of people talk to you about that?
What's that?
Councillors? Is it councillors?
Councillors, the President of the Local Government Association, the Country Mayors Association, the members of the Country Mayors Association. They're all pushing back again about me preventing private briefing sessions and preventing.
Why can't we, Minister, make those submissions public? Can we make the submissions public? I think you might have.
But they're not in submissions; they're just constantly.
No, but you've got 200 submissions,
yep.
Right? That your
There's no reason why they can't be public.
So can you commit to that now? That you can
well, let
now
me have
make
a look
them
to
public?
see what they say to make sure that they don't contain confidential
well,
information.
you can redact anything that's confidential, but can we get a commitment to make them public?
Absent something not containing confidential information, or absent something being redacted, I can see no reason why they can't become.
That's right, because
public.
you had the Commissioner for ICAC, and I think I put that question to your representative in the LC. The Commissioner, John Hatsisikos, did say that he couldn't understand why their submission wasn't made publicly available. They were more than happy for their submission to be made publicly available, and in fact it's their policy that they would prefer any submission that they make be made publicly available. So
yeah, I don't think there's been an active. I don't think there's been an active action by anybody not to make them, public.
all right.
But I don't see why they should be. Actually, it may well be to the government's advantage that they are.
Well, I think they should be, Minister. It's up to you.
Just
All
hang
you've
on
got
a
to
second,
do,
Ms.
tick
Mahara.
of the pen and let's go with it. We've already
Just hang on a
got.
second.
Yes.
We are preparing for those submissions to be made public right now, so that's
Right.
that's a process that's underway.
Okay, well that's good. Can I then ask then also, what is, you didn't really answer the question earlier, but when will the, my issue that I've got concerns about,
Yeah.
Mr Hoenig, I've raised this issue about overseas pecuniary interests, that no councillor at this stage in New South Wales has to declare them. We know that councillors have overseas properties. It came out during the Standing Committee into Canterbury Bankstown, in propriety at Canterbury Bankstown, and the government committed in June 23, so that report was finalised in early 23. The government then committed in June 23 saying that they would proceed to ensure that overseas pecuniary interests would have to be, overseas assets would have to be included as a declaration that councillors would need to make. But now it's been caught up in this whole councillor conduct framework, and we're in almost March 2025.
Yeah, what you're saying...
And we've had a local government
election.
election.
Well, what you're saying, Mr Hoenig, is not without substance, and I imagine it's historic because in the past it may, and the same probably applies to members of parliament too, in the past they probably thought that those assets probably wouldn't conflict with matters in Australia, but we're now in a global community. It's not without substance. I mean, but there are other changes that have to be made. For example, changes to allow
can you commit to getting
piercing
that
of
done
trusts,
earlier?
for example, and people hiding assets behind trusts.
Minister, can you commit to getting at least the overseas assets
Well,
declaration
I know
done?
you're proposing that, but I'd rather do
Why
it.
not
I'd rather do it
support
on
that?
I'd rather do it all on a comprehensive basis.
But when will that be? What date? When?
Well, I can't give you a date because there's more involved than just that. But you are right.
Thank you. The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and the officials here today. Minister, I wanted to take you back to your old patch, now known as Bayside Council, and ask, when did you first become aware of the what appears to have been a temper tantrum by the former Mayor Sarah Vinovsky on the 12th of September 2018, which has now been subject of adverse findings against him, and of course he's left the council. But when were you first aware of this incident with staff in September 18?
I was made aware sometime in 2023 that the Office of Local Government had been in possession of some material provided to them during the time of the former government. And I was told what the nature of that general nature of that material was, and the nature of the allegations. Very generally, the advice I gave to the Office of Local Government was to make sure you brief council, somebody with criminal experience, because of the nature of the material, that they would know how to handle it. And the local government then ultimately proceeded in respect of the matter with a referral to NCAT. NCAT then made non-publication orders. Anyway, in respect of it. But anyway, it was sometime in 2023 I became aware of it.
What time in 2023?
I don't know when in
2023,
2023, maybe about halfway through 2023.
Right, and this incident though in September 2018, yelling and swearing at the Director of Planning and knocking over a water bottle, you thought at the time that was worthy of briefing criminal counsel?
No, there's more to it than that.
Right, but the incident in September 2018, you're saying for 5 years you didn't know anything about it until mid-2023.
Didn't know anything about the nature of the matter until I was told about the material that had been provided to the Office of Local Government during the time of the former government.
Right, and who told you that?
Mr Whitworth.
Right, he was handling the matter inside the Office
Well,
of
he was the
Local
head of the Office of Local Government, and he advised me, so I knew about it.
It came up as a regular ministerial briefing, or was it something you requested?
Well, it came up when I was talking to him. I'm not sure whether it was that specific matter, but he just told me about it.
Right. For knocking over the water bottle and swearing and yelling, what would you have normally done about that? Obviously, it didn't require criminal counsel.
Well, there's more to it now.
Okay. Well, when this, what's called a less than significant pecuniary interest on the 12th of May 2021, and what subsequently was found to be failing to declare a full conflict of interest, when did you first find out about that matter? Because there's the two things, isn't there? There's the temper tantrum and then there's the pecuniary interest.
There's more to it than that.
More to it. Okay. Well, the third matter, we'll come to that. But when did you find out about the second one on the pecuniary interest in May 2021?
I'm not sure I was given the details you've just asked me about, but I was given the general nature of the material and allegations that were made against Savranovsky from another integrity agency.
Who were they?
The Independent Commission Against Corruption.
And what general nature did they inform you of?
Well, because they have subsequently made available to me material that is subject to orders that they be not disclosed, I really can't tell you.
Okay. But from the
But you
Office
can
of
accept
Local
it.
Government, this pecuniary interest matter, when did they first inform you of it? Or having heard something from ICAC, did you then seek specifics from
I was
the office?
only aware of the detailed nature of the matter after the hearing, when material had been provided to me by that organisation.
The hearing at NCAT?
Yeah.
Right. So no other means, other parliamentary colleagues, councillors at Bayside, people who work there, no other conveying of information about either incidents, the temper tantrum or the pecuniary interest?
No.
Just the way. And what's the third matter that you says?
I can't go into any details, Mr. Latham, because I'm precluded from doing that because the matters are not completed.
Thank you. I now through to the opposition.
Thank
The Honourable
you.
Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. I'll just follow on from Mr. Latham. So what is your relationship with Mr. Savranovsky?
Probably known him for 30 or 35 years as a mayor of an adjoining council.
Mm-hmm. And with that, did you ever witness any misconduct or potentially corrupt behaviour from him?
Ms McDonald, anybody who knows me knows that I wouldn't tolerate
So that's
improper
a no?
or corrupt conduct.
Okay.
I'm a member of the bar, an officer of the court.
Mhm.
There's just no way that
So
I
that's
would
a no?
tolerate it.
Yeah, okay. So, and we've seen reports in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning. So you're aware of the reports that there's an investigation into a previous development proposal for the Boulevard car park in Brighton Le Sands?
I can't comment on those matters at all because I am in.
But you're aware.
I'm in possession of a variety of documents of which the Act does not.
Okay.
That
So
has been
I can
provided to me on the
so from there I
undertaking
can
that
say
I
you're
don't disclose.
you are aware. So then, are you aware that the proponent, Ali Ibrahim, was a brother to then Labor councillor Tariq?
I can't confirm or deny anything that I'm
Okay.
not permitted to
I'll move on to my
discuss.
next question then. Are you aware that the current general manager was aware of the conflict to councillors many years ago?
No.
No, okay. Well then, Minister, will you direct the Office of Local Government to conduct an investigation into the misconduct by the General Manager of Bayside Council?
The matters are not concluded.
At NCAT?
No.
Elsewhere?
The matters are not concluded.
Okay.
The matters are
Ongoing.
not concluded and are ongoing.
Okay. all
Sorry,
right.
can I just, you've quoted from a newspaper article that no one seems to know exists.
Well, it's in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning.
It is?
Yeah.
Would you be, is it appropriate, wouldn't it be appropriate for us to be provided with a copy of that?
At some point, are you able to table it? I understand you may not have it on you at the moment,
Yeah.
but if you're able to table at some point,
Or just provide us with the link details so my
Yeah.
office can
It's
get
not a
it.
state secret, it's not a well-read
Alright, so-
paper, but it's not
Sorry. So
Not
while
too well
we're
read these days, is it, mate?
Bayside, what's your relationship like with Bayside Council and its staff?
The Bayside Council is one of the councils that covers part of my
Electorate?
constituency.
Yeah.
It's been one of those disastrous amalgamations that are extremely unpopular in my electorate.
Yep. Minister, do you have a close and personal relationship with any of the staff at Bayside Council?
Yeah, my wife works for Bayside Council.
Okay. And how long has your wife worked there? And did you have a part to play in her appointment?
My wife's been working, I think, for that and its predecessor for about 35, 40 years, I think.
Okay, so a long time. So wouldn't have had a part to play for 35 years. Okay. Okay, so... I also wanted to turn to the local government conference in Tamworth, where you told a story about presenting an award to a young female apprentice carpenter from...
I did, yeah.
Yeah. So why did you focus on her appearance, describing her black strapless dress at Parliament House, and then contrasted it with her work attire?
So, I presented an award to a young Apprentice of the Year Award, local government women's, I didn't know.
Yeah.
When I visited a few weeks later Newcastle Council Depot, I met her again. She told me how honoured that she was to come to Parliament to receive an award.
Yep.
And spent $500 buying a black strapless dress and black shoes, and that she doesn't think she could afford to keep the dress, and she was going to sell it. And so I then, sometime after that, sent her a gift voucher for $500 so she could keep a dress, which I did quietly, and she sent me a response thanking me very much, and that she used the $500 to buy a grinder because that's all she could afford, because she couldn't afford to buy a grinder. I don't know whether she kept the dress or not.
I know. So do you consider like whether a personal gift of this nature from a senior male minister to a young female apprentice could be perceived as inappropriate?
Well, I wouldn't think so. I just told them the story of what she told me. I didn't actually recall what she wore when I presented her one of many women with an award. I quoted what she said to me when I met her in the depot.
Yeah, and so do you think if a senior official within the local council personally gave a young female
I don't
apprentice...
accept the premise of the question. I think it's ridiculous, really. I mean, I sent a girl $500 who's an apprentice so she can keep a dress, and quoted what she'd said to me.
Yeah, but do you think that's professional?
What, sending her a gift of $500? I mean,
yeah. And was
I think it's fabulous that young women are apprentices in traditional male roles.
I agree.
I would not have recognised her in her fluoros and things of that nature had you not told me who she was.
Yeah, so, Minister, were other award recipients offered similar financial gestures, or was this a one-off decision based on your personal assessment of her situation?
This is a one-off situation where she told me, with the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor of Newcastle, that that she was so honoured to come to Parliament that she bought herself a black strapless dress and black shoes, and she's going to have to sell the dress because she couldn't afford to keep it. And she's on apprentice salary. I mean, I thought it was a nice touch, and it was told to the local government conference of 1,000 people as to how wonderful it was that you got these young apprentices who get Young Achievers Awards in what was predominantly a male role.
So, Minister, beyond the one-off
well,
awards...
I'm not supposed to tell anybody about it. I mean, she's a role model for young women.
She is a role model. But so beyond these one-off awards, what specific policies or funding has your government introduced to support young women in trades within local government?
We've just allocated $252 million to councils to create apprentices directly employed, not just to re-skill an industry, but also particularly to provide, apprenticeship opportunities, particularly in rural and regional areas. And really, as you go and visit these rural and regional councils, as you
I
no doubt
live in
would,
a
to
rural and
see young
regional
women
area. I
in
do
traditional
visit
male
councils.
roles being able to stay in their towns.
I agree.
I mean, it's just it's a terrific thing.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that giving an award to one apprentice does not address the issues preventing more women from entering trades, and what financial assistance is available to all local government apprentices, regardless of gender, to help with tools costs, PPA and training
I don't
materials?
understand the base of your question. I mean, I sent her $500 of my money, not
So it's
government
personal.
money.
I know, yep.
And Minister, is this the same woman that appears in your 6th of September 2024 video with the song "I Like the Way Your Body Is"? Is it too obvious?
I don't know. I'd have to have a look. I'd have to have a look.
And that was captured as the 2024 Minister's Award for Women in Local Government 2024.
I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be a local government estimates if
The Ron Tock and the Ron Tent's got to
if
come.
you weren't asking me questions about Ron Tent, would you?
Well, it seems to be becoming more questionable, Minister, in terms of some of this Ron Tock and the Ron Tent. Do you?
Well,
do
Mr. Farlow, if you want to communicate with young people, then you've got to do it through a platform that they're using it, and you got to do it through a language they're using it. You've got to use the music that's trending and the music they're
language
listening
like
to.
"I like the way your body is"? Is that too obvious?
These platforms are where young people are getting their information, whether you like it or not. I don't endorse the lyrics. I don't know what the lyrics are. They were selected because they're trending at the time. I know you guys were, I've been told days ago, you guys have been trolling my social media and doing Google searches of lyrics, but I just want to, so if you do your Google searches a bit more, you'll find this. American singer, this is one of them, American singer Tinashe's song, Nasty Girl, has 207 million streams on Spotify in 10 months. There are 56 million TikTok videos using this song. Everything from people showing videos of their dogs to Duolingo Owl. Da Dip by the American freestyle artist Nasty Freak peaked at number 15 on Billboard 100. That means it's got to have 1.5 million plays a day. Nearly 30 years ago, interestingly, at the resurgence in 2024,
Can I stop you
on
there,
TikTok
Minister?
due to a dancer was created, and
We're
everybody's
not
doing
really
it,
interested
including
in
AFL,
someone else's rap
every
music.
AFL women. What are you going to say that our women heroes, sports stars, are
Well,
misogynists?
sorry, Minister, do you
I mean, really,
think
it's
it is
just
appropriate for a senior minister of the Crown and local member to be playing this type of music on his socials?
Well, I tell
when
you,
it's degrading to women.
well, I tell you, I tell you, if hundreds of millions of people are playing it and it's been played on the
But
radio,
not
how many
a
letters have
senior
you written to
minister of
ACMA
the
to tell them
Crown.
that someone should have their radio licence reduced?
This is a
I mean,
serious
really.
matter. What kind of message do you think this sends to women in the state? Will you take
Well, Mr.
these
McDonald,
videos down?
you're not going to be able to communicate with young people if you don't play their music. I mean, I might prefer the Beatles and ABBA, but if you look at the lyrics of Dancing Queen, you might be offended too,
So I
mightn't
have
you?
to put my hand on my hip, and when I dip, you dip, we dip, instead of...
Well,
Really? Really, Minister?
well,
Will you apologise to the women of the state for
Great line
this?
of questioning going on.
you're kidding, aren't you?
Is it still the black?
It's
Seems like it's
serious.
Actually funny.
It's
I'm
pretty. This is the
finding-
Minister of the Crown.
Serious
You
stuff.
got to be serious. I mean, hunting for confected
girl
Yes.
in the video?
This is the confected outrage.
Hunting for confected outrage by doing a Google search of lyrics of songs. I mean, if I would have used Eleanor Rigby, I don't think it would have got much traction. But you know, I might have offended.
Minister, this doesn't require a
lonely
Google search.
person.
It's just watch your Ron Tent, watch your Ron Talk, and it's there. You know, when you're uploading this, you've told us before that you're responsible for the publication of your social media. You're doing it yourself. You would hear it.
You're talking about young
Make
people's
better
music
choices,
that
Minister.
hundreds of millions of people are listening to. They got to get into the Billboard Top 100. You got to play 1.5 million a day. For God's sake! I mean, at the end of the day, if I would have put back in the USSR, no
You're
young
trying to get in the
person would
Billboard Top 100,
have
are
seen
you?
it, but I would have offended the Ukrainians.
We've got
No,
Kendrick
fair
Lamar
dinkum.
diss
If I
tracks
would have
with
put let it be, if I would have put let it be, young people wouldn't have been a trending video, but I probably would have offended the non-Christians. I mean, fair dinkum, Mr. Farley, you're a confected outrage is ridiculous. Been there for 6 or 8 or 9 months. I mean, last year was national security. You missed it then, and now you're coming back 6 or 9 months later, complaining about something that's been sitting there for a long time.
Minister, perhaps you could...
I don't know where you're getting your national security from.
Minister, perhaps you could at least take on notice the fact that some of your music choices may make some people, including women, including myself personally, uncomfortable, and you might make better choices with that. Will you take that on board, Minister?
Well, would you like me to help you draft a letter to ACMA to complain about the publication?
Would you take that on board that, as Ms McDonald has pointed out, you are a Minister of the Crown, you will take that into account?
But, you know, at the end of the day, there is a very serious problem about communicating with young people. We're not getting through to them. And unless you're going to respect what they say,
well, that's not being respectful
and respect their music choices,
that's not necessarily respectful.
They're not going to listen to you.
So, Minister Hoenig, you
told
and
your kids
the
not
member
to
for
turn on the
Bega
radio because they might
on a
hear a song that
matching
207
your
million are listening
matching
to.
your nasty. That's, you know, does he have a good technique? That's getting to young people, is it? On a seesaw at Malua Bay.
Because unless you create an audience and use a trending tune, you've got no. You're talking to an empty
not actually
vessel.
Permitted on
But in
government
any
devices.
event, I mean,
Isn't that a concern?
there is a major societal problem about
He's
communication
had
with
plenty
young
of
people.
chance.
Let him respond.
He's getting heaps of views on Facebook.
Well, I think he's up to 114,000. I think you've increased several thousand since maybe the last time we had estimates. So congratulations on that and your Facebook content. Now, in terms of that, you make a disclosure on that Facebook page that it uses parliamentary entitlements. Do you do any boosting or that through that page?
Sometimes, usually, community service announcements are usually the ones that I. The ones that I do.
And is that boosting on individual posts or is it boosting for the page itself?
No, individual posts. In any event, that's not a local government budget estimates matter. That's a matter for the Legislative Assembly, really.
But Minister, it's all part. You know, I know you have previously stated that you use your social media primarily for local electorate purposes, but you have branched out more and more into portfolio matters.
Yeah, but if I'm only incurring expenditure for local electorate public announcements, then you know it's a matter for the Legislative Assembly.
So you've incurred no expenditure for any boosting of posts when it comes to endorsing local Labor candidates for local government elections?
No.
None of those posts have been boosted?
No.
No geographic targeting with any of those posts?
No, because if you do, you have to declare that expenditure to the Electoral Commissioner.
And those posts have been, in some cases, authorised by the State Secretary of the Labor Party?
Yeah, I usually do. We all usually do that during election campaigns, alone, just to make sure that that you're not infringing any electorate requirement.
Okay, Minister. And Minister, one of those posts you stated that no council has been more successful than Burwood Council. Is that your view, Minister, that Burwood's the most successful council in New South Wales?
Well, successful in some areas. I mean, the vibrancy that they've created is just remarkable. I mean, we've got a Minister for Nighttime Economy trying to create vibrancy, and they're 7 days a week. They've got these vibrant streets and vibrant communities. It's quite extraordinary. The other thing that's quite extraordinary is that they've managed to increase densities around railway stations and metro stations with community support, which is, as you know, every time you try and increase density anywhere, there's usually huge opposition. So they seem to have managed that extremely well, and they're managing financially very well. So it doesn't surprise me because they're a small council led by a long-serving mayor that's been returned overwhelmingly by a community.
So, Minister, how many times has Burwood Council won the Blewett Award in its 128-year history?
Would not have a clue.
0 is the answer.
Botany never won it either.
Is it time for Burwood then, or Botany even? Well, Botany, I think
Botany's
it's a little bit
now.
gone. But Bayside perhaps, and maybe with the questions to win the Blewett Award, or? Is it time for Burwood then to win the Blewett Award? Or?
I don't know. I don't know. Not contemplated. I don't think Burwood Council are seeking to be measured by the local government industry. Genuinely, one of the problems with Local Government New South Wales and the Local Government Association is that the people that you want on there are usually the people that are so committed to their area they haven't got time. So, you would want some of these experienced people, having an input in the local government policy, but they're just committed to their own local government areas.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, previously in estimates we've discussed your first Chief of Staff. How many Chiefs of Staff have you had now?
I'm on my second. He's been with me really after the first left almost 2 years ago.
Now, Minister, in estimates previously, you said to us that you let your first Chief of Staff go, end quote. Did that person at all seek a workers' compensation claim against the New South Wales Government?
No, you need to ask the Premier's department. That they handle that sort of stuff.
So you have no knowledge as to whether that person's on workers' compensation?
It's got nothing to do with me. It's a matter for them.
This is your Chief of Staff, though. You would think that
you
have some awareness as to what happens in your
there's been a point of order taken.
It seems that it's not within the portfolio, I think is what the Minister is saying, so there's a relevance issue.
Yeah, I think the Minister's given the answer that he feels comfortable with. Thank you. Ms. Abigail-Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We're still in morning just.
Morning.
I wanted to ask you, and I know that there have been questions already about these performance improvement orders, and I have known what the answers are, so rest assured I don't need to traverse the previous content. But specifically in relation to the Central Coast Council PIO, I had a quite extraordinary interaction with Mr Whitworth on this last estimates, the supplementary ones or the additional ones we had in December. Since then, I've had a number of people from the legal profession write to me explaining exactly how that Central Coast Council PIO is unlawful under the Act. They say that the purpose and legal power of a PIO is not to take away the powers of the council to function, but the wording of the PIO seeks to absolutely take away the power of the council to make certain decisions without the consent of the Deputy Secretary, which is not in accordance with the Act. Since I had that interaction with Mr Whitworth where I expressed my concerns, have you asked the CSO or somebody for advice on the validity of that PIO?
No. I'm authorised under the relevant statutory provisions to issue an interim performance order, and I read the section at the time. It's discretionary for me, and in my view, I'm authorised and empowered by statute to do so.
So you don't
and
think
followed the process.
You don't think you need external legal advice?
I don't think so. I don't know if you whether Mr Whitworth has got it or not, or whether he's got some legal matter. That's probably a matter for the OLG to deal with.
Okay.
But I'm confident in the judgment that I've made.
Right. Okay. Even though it's, on a plain reading.
The section's pretty clear. I mean, I can read you the section.
It is clear, and it is clearly unlawful for you to issue an improvement order to a council that is not in need of improvement. You've said earlier today, and Mr Whitworth said, it was about ensuring a trajectory, I think was the word used. That is
to provide guardrails.
That's an extraordinary misuse of power. I mean, we can put to one side whether it's lawful or not. I think there'll be some actions in relation to that perhaps will draw that out. But let's just look at the anti-democratic nature of what's been done here. By your words this morning, you talked about there being concerns that certain councillors or certain candidates, if elected, would fail to privatise assets of the council, and that's why you put this in. Do you not see how I can't say anything else other than anti-democratic that is, that you're interfering with validly elected councillors on a council.
Oh, no, I don't accept the premise of what you've just asked me. I've
Okay.
given a pretty detailed response earlier
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
That council was given those guardrails to be able to implement a variety of implement the trajectory. I mean, those asset sales were required as part of loan agreements that have been entered into by that council when they
In your
couldn't pay
opinion?
when they couldn't pay their salaries.
In your opinion,
In my opinion, well,
Yeah.
that's factual, isn't it?
with very different councillors, we had different council. We have been, you know, and in case it's not clear, I'm from the Central Coast. I've lived with an administrator who did a whole bunch of quite anti-democratic draconian things, and now we had to wait years and years for a democratically elected council. Now, it's not as progressive as I would want. They're not necessarily going to do the things I would want, but they're democratically elected. And then to find out that they have been put under this performance improvement order before they even come into office, it's something that's never been done before with a council before they've got an elected set of councillors. Why would you take such an extraordinary action?
Ms. Boyd, I don't accept your assertion. I don't, what you call an extraordinary action hasn't hamstrung the council at all. I think on 2 occasions they've run something by the Office of Local Government that said yes. I just want to make sure the council's on the right trajectory, that it can go through, that it can meet its obligations as determined in the report of the Commission of Inquiry to give the elected people a good start with assistance. I don't see what the problem is.
Do you accept that it's never been done before? So we had that advice from Mr Whitworth in December, that never before that you even have elected
Ms. Boyd,
councillors.
I've never seen a council not be able to pay their staff on the Friday like Central Coast did.
Okay, but
They've
was that the same? Was that the
huge
same?
amounts from
Sorry, I'm very
restricted
familiar
funds.
with
I mean,
this.
you're talking about.
I'm very familiar.
You're talking
but was
about
that
a
the
shambles.
Same? Well, yeah, but was that the same group of councillors? Are we talking about? We've had an unelected council for all this time, and we can dispute whether or not the previous councillors were actually to blame for that, or whether it was officials. But when we look at what we have now, we have a brand new, fresh set of councillors. Why are you seeking to constrain them based on things that happened, 5-6 years ago?
How are they constrained? What do they want to do that they can't do with the order?
Well, they have to go and seek the approval of the Deputy Secretary before they scratch themselves. I mean, this is a...
No, that's not the case at all. That's not the basis of the order. I mean, they've run 2 things in, 5 or 6 months past the Deputy Secretary. I mean, that's hardly a constraint. And he said yes to them.
But why did you put this in there?
To ensure that the council continues on the trajectory as recommended by the Commission of Inquiry, for 12 months to give them a start. I didn't want them to go in there and start sacking general managers and cleaning out staff and that sort of stuff.
Well, if they were validly elected, which they were, and they chose to do that, wouldn't that be something that they would be accountable to the people of the Central Coast for and not to you? Why do you think that you know better than people who have been elected by the people?
I don't know better, but I've set guardrails up for them for 12 months to ensure they proceed down the trajectory as recommended. The alternate was that they not be ready to go to the polls. Anyway, Ms. Boyd, I don't accept your view. You'll just have to wait till September when it expires, and then they'll have they won't have to run significant budgetary or staff matters past the Office of Local Government.
Was it your idea or Mr Whitworth's idea?
No, it's my idea.
Right. So you decided.
I've done it to 3 councils. I wanted them out. I wanted them out of administration, even though they may or may not have been ready to go out of administration. I wanted them out of administration because I don't think administration is a solution.
No, especially the length of time that we've had to endure it on the Central Coast. People are very angry, but they're also very angry at the idea that you're now seeking to interfere. We've finally got these people who have been elected. As I say, I may not agree with everything that they're doing. That's not the point. They were
Well, Ms. Boyd,
democratically elected.
If you tell me that they're constrained in doing something that they want to do, I'll make sure and that's the will
Okay.
of the people. That I'll make sure they're not constrained.
So if they come to
as long
you-
as they don't want to do anything ridiculous.
Right. So if they come to you and say, actually, general manager's not very good, we want to get rid of the general manager, what will you say?
I would say you show Mr. Whitworth why you say he's not very good and why you should be able to do that.
Right. So you won't ask the boss. You have to ask Mr. Whitworth before they can do the things that any other council can do.
In other words,
Right.
they can't act capriciously. It's just a.
But this is performance improvement orders are designed for those emergency situations where a council is really going off track. It is not designed, this idea of a trajectory, which I think is being misused, because a trajectory is a path of a projectile. It does not have a natural end, it is just a path. But if we look at that, basically some measures were put in by the state government that are things the state government might like, that you wanted to hardwire into the new council. How is that anything but going against the will of the people?
This council, well, firstly, we're the government of New South Wales. We act in accordance with the will of the people ourselves. So we're
okay. So you're not in favour of local government.
Secondly, you are talking about a council that was well and truly off track. Thirdly, you're talking about one of the largest councils in the state that were thrown together in a disastrous amalgamation.
That we can agree on.
Which basically, no doubt, is one of the reasons for the crisis that occurred.
Yeah, and the political stitch-up from the Liberals.
I wanted to give the democratically elected councillors the best opportunity to be able to manage what's got to be a horrendous task. I mean, it's pretty valiant of them to put their hand up to try and to try and run a show like that. I just wanted to give them guardrails, as I did for other three councils.
It was a mistake.
And I think they're off to a pretty good start, really.
Despite the action, yeah.
Despite the action, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I've got one more question in regards to the update of the Companion Animals Act. Is it right that your plan going ahead, I know obviously we're in early stages, the draft discussion papers only just come out, but is your goal to make sure that we've got a new act before us and voted on by the end of this term of Parliament?
I'd like to do it this year. I can't guarantee it. I'd like to do it while I'd like to do that while I've got goodwill from everywhere. Because otherwise, if the balance changes and other vested interests get involved, it becomes difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know. And the other thing is, I suppose, which I've not considered until you've just raised it now, is does it have to be at the same time as POCTA? I mean, do they dovetail in with each other, or don't they? I'll have to think about that because I haven't thought about it until you just raised it now.
Yeah, I guess there could be some level of crossover, definitely within some of the welfare aspects. And I know that you Minister, have both acts actually under your portfolio. You've got, I know that the Agriculture Minister is the Primary Minister, but POCTA also falls under you.
Except the OLG doesn't have any power or expertise in relation to animal welfare.
That's correct.
Although we do have now been given something about puppy farms. We can cancel licences now, so.
Okay.
Or give licences or cancel licences.
It's the
what
breeder,
have you now got?
The breeder identification.
Yeah. No. and I've got some puppy farm questions for this afternoon. Minister, I also want to ask
Could I just say to Ms Hurst about puppy farms? I've mentioned it a couple of times, estimates before. I think the planning powers are a pretty good way to control as well as the legislative. So,
yeah. Well, now that there's limits on numbers already, it makes it a little bit easier on councils already, so that's good. Minister, I also want to ask you about the response to the Pound inquiry, particularly recommendation 15 in regards to developing an enforceable code of practice, which was, the government supported that recommendation around a code of practice for pounds, and I know a lot of council pounds were actually asking for this. I know Blacktown was saying that this would have been really helpful to have an update when they were rebuilding their pound. And the response from the government was commit to develop a code of practice for organisations established primarily for the purpose of rehoming rescued or unwanted companion animals. And I just wanted to make sure that you are separating rescue organisations with pounds, because I imagine once we start to look at codes of practice, because they're quite differently set up groups, we're going to have, a lot of these rescues, in fact, the huge majority of them run through foster care systems, and having, a fire extinguisher would make sense in a pound. It's not going to make sense in a foster care situation. That any codes would be completely separate for rescue organisations and pounds.
Yeah, I'd not contemplate that, Mr. Whitworth. Are you? Do you see the distinction?
There, I can see a distinction, but also I need to identify that the framework would need to incorporate animal welfare principles within it, and so this is why it is something that would need to be worked on. I feel we have the Chief Animal Welfare Officer from DPIRD here, so obviously DPIRD will need to have a very strong, if not dominant, role in that process. I understand what you're saying, that the creation of animal welfare standards and the ability to meet those standards will be a challenge if you're a smaller organisation or if you're providing a rehoming service in a backyard, for example. So that's something that will need to be considered, and I'm sure that it's something that we would address.
And I think, I imagine if a code of practice was developed for pounds, that a lot of the animal welfare initiatives within a code of practice for pounds could be used for a code of practice for rescues. But I guess what I'm sort of foreseeing, Minister, is this real issue of either taking things out of a code of practice for pounds that we would want to have because it wouldn't be suitable in a very different space. And it's not necessarily that, the welfare would be reduced in one space or the other, but rather that they're so uniquely different that putting them into the same code of practice will mean a whole lot of aspects we would want in one or the other would have to be either taken out to make them actually work as one code of practice.
Yeah, I understand the point that you're making. I'm not considered it until you raise it.
Okay. Can I just get your commitment that you'll consider that in regards to any sort of codes of practice that go forward, the complexity of putting them all into one, and that, obviously once one is done, a lot of that work could flow into the other one and make it a lot easier, but actually keeping them as separate will probably allow for more robust codes for both of those spaces. Yeah.
Because the other frustrating thing is that we might do the code, but we've got no enforcement mechanism of the code, which is I think was part of the review of the Act. Will need to then come into that as well. Yeah. Yep. Do you have a timeline or plan around that code of practice? Is that something that you also hope to see happen by the end of this term of Parliament? I would think so. I've not contemplated a time frame.
Well, the code of practice. Maybe I wasn't blunt enough. I believe the code of practice is something that we would need DPIRD to prepare because they have the expertise in animal welfare issues.
And then have to enforce it.
So, sorry, Mr. Whitworth, are you saying that then the timeline would kind of be directed by the Agriculture Minister rather than Minister Hoenig?
Well, the code of practice intrinsically would be about animal welfare, and the Office of Local Government would need the issue of animal welfare. I keep trying to, refer to my colleague Dr. Filmer, who is the Chief Animal Welfare Officer of New South Wales, and my colleague, the Deputy Secretary from DPIRD. They will have a significant role and responsibility in the preparation of the code.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, as you're aware from the the hearing on Tuesday, there is quite a full program of work ahead of us this year in relation to the Proctor Act and various codes under that Act. In addition to that, we've now got the review of the Companion Animals Act, so we're working through the sequence and the cascade in terms of how those reforms are will come on line, and we'll be consulting on obviously various aspects. And as the Minister indicated on Tuesday, there's an intention obviously to undertake consultation around the review of the Act, but also draw on the extensive consultation and feedback we've had to date. But in relation to the proposed code for pounds, that's obviously something we'll want to work really quite closely with OLG on.
Thank you. Minister, you previously met with the organisation Warm Paws, and I thank you for your support of Warm Paws and their vital work. And as you know, they've been raising money to get essential vaccinations into rural and regional pounds. There's been huge parvo outbreaks in different rural and regional pounds, and a lot of these councils haven't found the funding to be able to actually vaccinate the animals inside these pounds with things like parvovirus. So this is really critical work that they do, and I thank you for your support of their work. I'm just wondering if you can update me on any work that you may have done in this space since meeting with Warm Paws outside of the review that's obviously currently underway.
Now, other than the parvovirus that causes the problem, Mr. Whitworth?
I'm sorry, I'd like to take on notice any action that we've done, but I think we were presented with a number of propositions. Obviously, we talked earlier about funding opportunities and how that would need to be part of a broader government decision. So I probably can't say much more than that.
Okay, so it's more, again, something that might end up in the budget process, which we're waiting to hear back about.
In terms, we are not talking. As it's a matter for government and a government decision to take, I probably don't want to talk about individual, organisations, and the work around rehoming organisations, companion animal, volunteers in that companion animal space is important work that we have put a proposition to government that should be funded.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I've just got a note here given to me that workers' compensation claims are matters between insurers and individuals, and I've got no specifics on whether there are any active workers' compensation claims involving former staff.
Okay, thank you. That was possibly an answer to your question. There you go. And I'll throw now to the opposition as well. The Honourable Nicole. No, we're up to opposition now. So.
Okay. I just wanted to, because you asked me for a link for that newspaper article. It was on the 13th of February, and I've just sent the link to the Budget Estimate Secretariat.
Thank you. We found the 13th of February link as well. Yep. Thank you, though. I appreciate that, Evan.
Yep. Great. Minister, how many councils have applied to IPART for special rate variations for 2025-2026?
6 or 7?
6.
6.
And how many applied for special rate variations in 2024-2025?
There's 7. 1 year 7 and 1 year 6. I just can't. We'll get Mr. Whitworth look it up.
Okay, well
I can look it up.
I can look. We can also take that on notice if you'd like.
Yes.
I'm talking about. I do have the current years, but not previous years in my notes.
The figure that I have before me is 9 for 2024-2025. So if you're able to check that, that would be great. So, Minister, what's your view? That's your view on special rate variations.
The only view I have is that councils are entitled to make applications beyond the rate peg. And the view that I've expressed is that they should examine their expenditure and see where their money is going before they go to the community to go and ask for more money in a special rate variation, particularly as there is a cost of living crisis. And I sort of made that very clear to them. There are some councils that before they make an application are required to consult with their community, and there are councils that consult with their community that agree to a special rate variation because they may well be for specific infrastructure that a council wants. Others the community dispute and disagree with and protest, and the councils don't proceed with their special rate variation applications. But the merits of them are an independent process by IPART. I think in 2010 the politics is taken out of it, and really I shouldn't be influencing IPART's decision-making
No suggestion
process.
of that, Minister.
Yeah, but any public statement I make can be seen to be doing that, and the community got to have faith that there's an independent process.
Which other states manage council finances by rate pegging and special rate variations?
I don't think any of them do. We're the only one, or does
No,
somebody else?
Victoria has introduced a rate cap.
When did they do that?
Very recently. Again, we have different methodologies for rate calculation in different states. So while South Australia doesn't have a rate capping process, they have a mechanism by which their Essential Services Commission, its acronym is ESCOSA, they review the expenditure of each council and provide a report, and the councillors then have the ability to set a rate based on the information in that report, which is publicly available. There is also, I'd like to take on, I feel like there's another council that does have a rate cap, but another jurisdiction, but details are escaping me at the moment.
Thanks, Mr Whitworth, and I've learnt yet a new acronym. Now, Minister, you've said that rate pegging and the removal of rate pegging is not going to occur in New South Wales. So is that your definitive response from your inquiry, and are alternative financial models being considered in your response?
I suppose it was a political response to calls that are being made by various parts of the sector who want rate pegging removed to enable councils to have free rein. I don't think that would be, I don't think that that's necessarily likely to be even politically possible by whoever the government of the day is. So I suppose it's more of a political response than anything else.
And so you're not going to respond in terms of you've looked at alternative models?
I am. Look, every time you take two steps forward, there's always one step backwards. Every time you want to progress something that requires changing the culture of the sector of 128 councils, you end up with a North Sydney and a Northern Beaches. I accept the philosophical argument. It's like the Honourable Abigail Boyd's argument. I mean, well, why can't democratically elected people decide the future of their own council without an improvement order? I mean, why can't councils decide how much rates are going to increase by the state imposing a rate pegging? But
if we're looking into the financial sustainability and efficiency of councils, Minister, surely if we're looking into the financial sustainability and efficiency of councils, surely all of these things must be considered, and it's not just a matter of telling councils that they can willy-nilly increase rates because there's no peg, but what is actually going to achieve effective solutions for councils to be sustainable into the future.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. You're right.
Lovely. Could you tell my husband that, please? Can we move on then to your code of conduct? And we still have no idea yet when we're going to receive that. So can you give me a little bit of information about, are you going to be looking, or are you looking at more impactful ramifications for breaches of the code of conduct?
Yes.
Excellent. Can you share with us what any of that might be?
Yes. So I've been incredibly frustrated with the IPART process and the length of time serious misconduct takes. NCAT, sorry. The length of time it takes for matters of serious misconduct to be dealt with. So at this particular point in time, only the if it's not a minor matter, there's got to be a referral to NCAT. And if you look at the length of time it takes, recently with either Hindi or Savranovsky, there is a failure in the process. I've been talking to the department, and I've been talking to the heads of jurisdictions of the courts to find a mechanism whereby, firstly, a system can be determined for serious misconduct quickly, and another system whereby if the conduct is so grave and the evidence is so serious that a court could immediately suspend a particular councillor pending a determination of the matter, and that the court deal with the matter within a quick period, maybe a few months. Now, to do that is not about putting it into a regulation or legislation. It requires the agreement of the head of jurisdiction, which I've had discussions with. If you're going to talk about getting rid of councillors, a tribunal's not the right thing. You need a court, probably of Supreme Court status. Land Environment Court may well be the appropriate court if they're prepared to take the work. So, and then if I'm going to provide for serious misconduct removal quickly by a court, I've then got to have either an officer of local government skilled to be able to move quickly on those matters, which is occurring now with money from the Treasury, occurring money for the Treasury. I've got to determine who can take the action. I've got to determine whether or not there are other remedies, whether there should be fine remedies, whether there should be other punishments that a judge can give.
So all of these things are things that are under your consideration at this point in time?
They're all happening now.
That's good.
They're all happening this very minute now. And as you become aware of other matters, the urgency or the seriousness of these matters expand.
Does. Now, when it comes to code of conduct complaints then, what about costs? And do you have a definitive figure as to what complaints have cost over the past financial year?
Yeah, I do. I have those. I can give you these. Total costs for code of conduct complaints, and these are only complaints against general managers and councillors, $1,309,415 for 2023-24, $699,836 for 2022-23, $998,151 for 21-22, $1,557,699 for 2021.
Okay, so we get the gist of that, Minister. I guess my question out of that is, of course, that those costs are actually borne by the councils themselves. So you pointed out the increasing burden of costs on councils as it is, particularly in regional and rural areas, and not overlooking the reduced financial assistance grants. So is this not yet more financial pressure on councils and working against your own financial sustainability inquiry outcomes?
No, because an industry has been created with these code of conduct complaints where they've been weaponised and they've been used.
But are you suggesting that councils then should be held liable, accountable for these costs because vexatious complaints are being made?
Well, under the current system that's been put in place, that is exactly what happens.
So you're suggesting then your inquiry and your outcomes will be that the system is reviewed in such a way that that won't occur and these costs won't be additional burdens to councils?
The system's just completely broken. The Code of Conduct Examiners system is broken. The provisions in the Code of Conduct are inconsistent with the right of freedom political communication, but the state can't legislate to take those rights away, yet councils are continuing to try and
silence democratic councillors by weaponising these ridiculous complaints. I mean, 4,000 in 3 years or something.
Well, and that's terrific to hear, Minister. So obviously we want to see these things happen as quickly as possible if we're moving towards this.
I'm going to stop them. I've put a performance improvement order on one council that was trying to silence councillors from asking for a traffic study with a code of conduct complaint and referring it to a code of conduct reviewer.
Well, that's good to hear. So hopefully we'll hear back from you on your outcomes and recommendations as soon as possible.
You've probably been hearing me complaining about it for 2 years too.
Well, hopefully not.
I mean, it's not a
look,
secret.
you've also said that there's been pushback from councils. In fact, you've used the word complaining on various aspects of the code of conduct, and I've been contacted by councillors regarding some of those. Now, the things that you're mentioning there do sound like they are significant steps forward and progress being made. However, things like a new requirement for councillors to stand when the mayor enters the chamber, I mean, is this something that was indicated as a priority by LG New South Wales or community members, for example, and is it going to help with better functioning councils? Should we not be focusing on the issues that really matter?
We need to ensure that councils' reputation is enhanced and that the democratic chamber is viewed by the community with respect.
And I agree with you, and I agree with you, Minister. However, in saying that, you also are removing the word respectfully in the clause that you have, that's in the Code of Meeting Practice when it comes to questioning. Currently, it's councillors must put questions directly, succinctly, respectfully, and without argument. So why would we be removing the word respectfully when it comes to the presentation of questions and information?
I'm going to free up councillors to enable them to be able to freely be able to participate in a robust democratic system in the council. I'm going to apply similar standards of language that, say, apply in the standing orders in the Legislative Assembly.
Well, I would have thought that respectfully would be a word that we would want to ensure is included.
Yeah, but not in that clause. There are other ways to achieve that.
Okay, and how are we going to police what penalties are going to apply, for example, if a councillor refuses to stand on the entry of the mayor to the chamber?
It used to always be done.
Yep.
It used to always be done.
Days.
It used to be all. It used
Lots
to
of things
always
were done
be
in the
done.
olden
Did it happen
days.
in your time?
No, mate, they never stood for me.
It happened
Still don't.
happened in my time and all the other councils that happened.
But again, what are the penalties going to be? Clearly, it's not. Shouldn't it be left to be determined by those councils?
Look. It's a matter of encouraging a change of culture.
But don't you agree, Minister, that these are the things that, if you're talking about, and I do understand how difficult it is to progress and move these things forward, this is the sort of thing that bogs it down rather than the focus on the things that really matter.
I don't think so. I don't think so because other things flow from that. The democratic chamber of councillors has got to be a place that is valued and respected, just like the democratic.
I don't disagree with you.
Just wait till I finish. Just like.
There's been a point of order.
Can I ask, under the procedural fairness resolution, that the minister be shown enough respect to be allowed to answer a question when it's put to him?
Look, I don't think the member was being disrespectful in this instance, but I will give the minister a moment to answer, because there was a lot of talking over the top of each other, Minister.
Yeah, and I didn't intend to, and I apologise if that was the case. Look, I've got to create a culture and a chamber that is respected by the community and looks like a respectful chamber, just like all the other tiers of government. I've got to create a mechanism whereby the councillors are protected from being harangued by vocal minorities, where they're coming after work or something to decide matters, and their entrances are blocked. I mean, there's council in the city that spat on a presiding officer
I've got to create a situation where it's a respectful institution and that it's valued, that they're just not sitting around a conference table as an easy target. I'm trying to elevate their reputation and respect.
I don't disagree with you. I just don't know that that's the best way to do that,
I'm going to require them, for example,
Minister,
to stand when they speak. I mean, that always was the case. A lot of these councils, they're not doing it. I'm just trying to enhance their reputation. I'm prepared to listen to what their views are in respect of it, but it's for their benefit, not for mine. Why would I care?
Well, look, moving on from that then, in talking about creating respect and generating respect for local councils and local government, and I thoroughly agree with you and was absolutely not being disrespectful in any way because I'm not in disagreement. But can I ask, has there ever been given consideration to, or is it something that you would consider, that those who run for local government currently aren't required to be subjected to police checks and or working with children, vulnerable people checks? Is this something that should be considered for potential applicants?
Look, I'm happy to do that. What I can tell you, Ms. Overall, is that every time you embark upon an exercise to put something in train that impedes upon the election of somebody to a council, are you faced with the High Court's decision of Unions of New South Wales and New South Wales? So even things like trying to stop real estate agents and developers from getting elected to council, in any way you do it, or in any way you try and do it subsequent to elections, advice from Parliamentary Council and the Cabinet Office is that it's not constitutional.
And I understand
I'm
the
prepared
difficulties,
to look at it, but
yes,
all
given
these
that other
issues-
organisations, incling Parliament, working with children, local councillors
I'm happy,
do
if you
work
want to
with
look at it,
children.
I'm happy to look at it.
That'd be great.
I'm just warning you that all these issues become quite fraught.
It's I know local government very well. My husband was also in it for 17 years. So just finally, Minister, you talked earlier about the additional burdens on OLG resourcing, on their limited resources, which is your description of that. You received $37.4 million for the OLG in the most recent budget. Have you advocated for more money?
Well, I've got to tell you, I'm sitting next to department heads that got smiles from ear to ear as a result of the last budget. I mean, the Office of Local Government has been...
But you've said yourself that limited resources, so clearly still not enough.
I'm not saying the 37 million's not enough. I'm just saying I'm utilising that. I'm just utilising that. But what I said, don't take my words out of context. What I said in answer to a question from Ms. McDonald was that if she wants me to pursue a particular issue, on the basis that she's alleging impropriety or a breach of the law, I'm happy to do that. But I don't want to use the limited resources of the Office of the Local Government just for the purposes of, checking some council's expenditure over a local political dispute. So, I mean, that's the point I was making in answer to Ms. McDonald. It wasn't... I think you'll find that the Office of the Local Government is restructuring itself. It's got an increase in staff to this point in time of 22, I think, from what it was...
From 68 to 92.
68 to 92. So it's being restructured. It's getting more resources, probably for the first time in 20 years.
That's about right.
The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you said that you were first told about the Sarah Vinosky matters, temper tantrum and pecuniary interest.
No, don't use those words. I was first told about the Savranovsky matter would probably be the...
Well, I didn't finish my question. Mr. Whitworth, in the middle of 2023...
Sometime in 2023, I guess it's the middle.
He told you about both those matters at that time, and you say it's the first you've heard of it.
Yeah, I wasn't told that, but I was told... the first I'd heard about, if I just use the word Savranovsky matter, is sometime in 2023, okay. I guess about the middle.
At that time, what did the matter involve that you were told about?
I can't tell you.
So this is the third serious matter that's still pending?
I can't tell you.
Why not?
because I have knowledge that has been subsequently provided to me by under statutory provisions. I can't.
Okay, well, you did provide a bit more information earlier on. Now you're
backtracking
from that.
I'm just not going down that path because I'm aware of certain things and I cannot transgress because of orders that have been made.
And at that time, you'd said to Mr. Whitworth he would be well advised to get criminal counsel. What else did you tell him to do?
And why?
And
why he should.
Why? And why was that?
Well, I'm not going to go into that. I can't go into that.
And what actions did you tell him to take, given what obviously you thought was very serious in commissioning criminal counsel?
Yeah, well, because of the nature of the material, criminal counsel are best placed to know exactly how to lead that evidence.
Right. And given that you'd known Councillor Saran Vinosky for 30 years, what happened when you went to him to get his side of the story?
I didn't.
Right. And who did you tell about the matter? Local councillors, parliamentary colleagues, Labor head office?
I didn't discuss the matter with anyone until the matter was listed at NCAT, and then that's when it became public, and that's when I alerted that there was a matter listed for. I alerted local members and that there was a matter listed in relation to Savranovsky at NCAT without providing any detail.
Right. And did you then recommend to Labor head office that Bill Savranovsky not be on the Labor ticket for the council election? You played no role in that?
No.
Did you play any role in his son replacing him, which seemed an extraordinary thing to do if you had concerns of that nature?
No.
No? So your evidence to the committee is that you first heard of it when Mr. Whitworth briefed you. These matters had been around at the council. No one inside the council ever spoke to you about it after 2018?
No.
Okay. When do you expect this other matter you can't mention to become public?
Well, I don't know whether it will or will not become public.
Right. Have you got any idea when it might be finalised?
I suppose the next step might be finalised. I imagine, maybe within in the month. I've asked for certain things.
Thank you. We've now got 3.5 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you very much. Minister, what consideration have you given to the impact of affordable housing policies on council's rateable base?
The affordable housing policy, if it be contained within strata, probably may well enhance a base. If it's build to rent, then that's a significant concern to local government. How to address them, and we do need to look at it, and it's been raised as part of the financial sustainability inquiry. And I've got to say that upper house members on that inquiry did a great job. But the issue of build to rent becomes complicated because it's a relatively new concept. You create a situation where the people that build to rent are going to retain their property, so that the quality of construction is usually in theory should be better because they have a motive to ensure that there's no defects. They're paying rent on the unimproved capital value of the land as distinct from the rent you would recover in strata, yet they have a population. If you disturb, as local government asks you to, the way in which those properties are rated, none of it's for free. then you may well impact upon the desirability of build to rent, which then, or alternatively, it impacts on on rental prices. So that's an area I think of significant concern to local government in terms of rate increase, and the extra population creates demand on local government services, of course, as well too.
And Minister, have you seen the paper from the New South Wales Revenue Professionals, the discussion paper on community housing and council land rate exemptions, which was published on the 17th of February this year? Okay, so that report, and I invite you to have a look at it, and I'm happy to provide a copy of it, but lists in some council areas that there are up to 9% of properties managed by community housing providers that are rate exempt. Is that something of concern to you for many of those councils?
I just have to take that. On notice. I mean, community housing providers seem to have become the solution for managing public housing now.
And that's some of council's concerns in terms of the difference between that and Homes New South Wales, or what was LAC.
And I remember a former housing minister telling me that nobody's ever sort of done the comparison, but it sort of becomes an easy solution. It was under the former government anyway, but it's something that I need to consider. And thanks for raising it with me, actually.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Does the government have any questions? In that case, we will break for lunch and return at 2 o'clock, and that completes our time with the Minister this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, and good afternoon. Before we resume questioning, we have two witnesses that we need to swear in. So we need to swear in Mr. Wade and Mr. Baxter. Could I ask you please to both state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin with Mr. Wade.
My name is Brad Wade. I'm the Director of the Investigations Interventions Branch of Office of Local Government, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And no need to stand, you can do it sitting down as well. Sorry, I should have said that to Mr. Wade. Mr. Baxter?
Keith Baxter. I'm the Director of Strategic Reform at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll now start with questions from the crossbench. The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To Mr Whitworth, when did you first learn of the incident at Bayside Council involving Councillor Saren Vinosky on the 12th of September 2018?
Thank you, Mr. Latham. You talk about it being an incident. I was made aware when I became, not long after I became the Deputy Secretary for Local Government in January 2023, that we had received material from a third-party integrity agency, and so I was made aware of it. I wasn't provided with the copies of the material at the time, and I was made aware that the Office of Local Government, the investigation team, was looking at the matter.
Right. You're saying ICAC gave you advice about someone knocking over a water bottle and swearing and yelling?
I did not say that at all, Mr. Latham. That's what you said.
Well, that seems to be the nature of the incident. I'm just wondering, it obviously escalated, and there's other matters as the Minister outlined, but as of September 2018, the report clearly is about a mayor who lost his temper.
Mr. Latham, they're your words, they're not my words, and I will refer you to the NCAT decision. And the NCAT decision identifies the issues at hand. It also identifies that there is a non-publication order about the material that was used to argue the case in front of NCAT. So I don't really want to go any further in terms of what material we had or what we knew, given that will infringe on that non-publication order.
Okay, well, I'm not defending the guy, but whatever happened on the 12th of September 2018 at Bayside Council, how do you explain 4.5 years of Office of Local Government inaction about it? No matter how you characterise it or how serious it might have been, what had happened in between the matter occurring and you becoming the head of the office in January 2023?
So, they're your words, Mr. Latham.
They are my words, because I'm asking you a question.
Okay. You're asking...
You're talking to me like I'm a 5-year-old. They're my words. Well, of course they're my words. That's my question to you.
Order. Please show respect to the witnesses. I think what he was trying to say was he doesn't agree with some of the terminology.
No, I'm asking what happened between the 12th of September 2018 and Mr. Whitworth becoming head of the Office of Local Government. What was done about this problem?
And what I've said to you is that the Office of Local Government received material from a third-party integrity agency. I believe that material was provided late in 2022, and the Office of Local Government did take time to consider that. It was longer than what I was happy with, but in March 2024, I referred the matter to NCAT to ask NCAT to undertake a disciplinary review based on the material that we had provided.
Okay, so between the 12th of September 2018 and the material sent by a third-party integrity agency, who we assume to be ICAC, in late 2022, what complaints about this event did the Office of Local Government receive, and what did it do about them?
Well, I think I've answered that, Mr. Latham. Is there something else that we'd received material from the third-party integrity agency?
In late 2022. I'm asking between September 2018 and late 2022 what complaints you received about the matter and what you did about them.
So you're
at the
asking
office.
whether there were any further complaints?
Yeah.
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, because it's a 4-year gap, you see. One of the curiosities about this and why we're asking questions is that it looks like there's 4 years when nothing happened. No one thought this was significant enough to do anything. So it seems to be in an integrity matter, if that's what it is, quite a long gap. Mr Whitworth, when did you first find out about the less than significant pecuniary interest declaration by this councillor on the 12th of May 2021 and a view that it was inadequate, there hadn't been a full disclosure?
As I said to you, Mr Latham, the Office of Local Government received material from the Third Party Integrity Agency. At some point prior to my referral of the matter to NCAT, I was provided with the investigation report that was undertaken and material that supported that. I don't have a date to hand when I first received it. If that's important to you in terms of a time frame, I can...
Was that late 2022 as well?
No. In
That's
terms
earlier.
of the date for the investigation report that I received and the material that I relied on in order to refer the matter to NCAT. Up until that point, I had been given broad information, but I had not been given the specifics so that I was able to make a decision free of any concern that I had somehow biased myself before I referred the matter to NCAT.
Why would you bias yourself?
This was a view that if I knew too much about the material before I'd had the chance to read the investigation report and see the material, that I would have formed a view inappropriately. This was a legal concern. It's quite often an issue that is given to me about the risk of apprehended bias in the way in which we undertake our investigation process, and that's a matter that I take seriously, but I have also been raising the question as to the extent to which we are too risk adverse in that area.
Okay, well, if you can take that on notice, the actual date, and also the third serious matter that the Minister wasn't able to comment on. Can I get a date on when you first became aware of that and the Office of Local Government first received it?
Well, that would be as part of the same suite of material that we received from the Third Party Integrity Agency.
Right, okay, thank you. And when you briefed the Minister about this in mid-2023, did the Minister declare his 30-year association with Councillor Saravinovsky?
The Minister made it clear that he knew Councillor Saravinovsky. I did not provide a lot of detail to the Minister other than, and this was part of that, the sort of standard process of me keeping the Minister appraised of the issues that I'm dealing with in the portfolio. So it wasn't a detailed briefing. It didn't go to the specifics of the case. In fact, the Minister wasn't aware of the specifics of the case at all. The issue about the Minister's relationship with former councillor, now Mr Saravinovsky, I was aware that he would have known him, and I was also conscious of the fact that I needed to ensure that the Minister was aware that we had received quite a significant referral. I mean, we don't. This was a very unusual case to receive this sort of referral from that Third Party Integrity Agency.
What made it unusual?
What made it unusual? It's a unique circumstance.
The combination of the three matters?
No, the fact that it was the first time that it had happened.
First time it had happened?
We don't normally receive referrals in this way.
Yeah.
Well, ICAC's never referred a councillor to you for your consideration.
Typically what ICAC will do, ICAC and other integrity agencies like the Ombudsman, Information Privacy Commissioner from time to time, will provide information to the Office of Local Government. In this circumstance, and I'm not saying that it was ICAC, in this circumstance the Integrity Agency had provided far more detail than a simple referral letter to say that we've received this complaint, we've assessed it, and we think that it's a matter for the Office of Local Government.
Right, and that's the first time you've ever received something like that from
Yes.
them? And was this sent to you by the Chief Commissioner, John Hasisthagos?
This was sent to the Office of Local Government by a third-party integrity agency.
That's all you're able to say at this time, right? And when the Minister, you briefed the Minister in mid-2023 and he had told you to commission a criminal counsel, you did that?
Yes, I think that's evident from the information and the judgment and the parties and their representation with the written judgment from NCAT.
Just for point of clarification, the Minister can make that suggestion, but ultimately the decision for council rests with the department.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And what else did he tell you was a good idea or suggestion?
I think what the Minister was concerned about is that these were matters that required a good criminal barrister to identify how to run a successful case in
Right. And did the Minister ever look at the file in detail, or just ever receive general briefings from you?
It was general briefings from me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Whitworth. I have a question about the closure of community justice centres, which I understand is due to happen by the 30th of June. My colleague Sue Higginson asked questions of the Attorney General this morning about what the alternatives are for people who were previously served by community justice centres, and one of the answers for that was councils. So what involvement, if any, did you have in that decision where you consulted, where councils consulted?
I was provided with an email. I can't remember the precise details, so happy to take that on notice in terms of the date of the email, but was provided with an email to the effect that the government has made a decision to close community justice centres, and that the Attorney General's, effectively that part of Communities and Justice Department would be willing to make sure that we were kept appraised of the process by which the transition of community justice centres and their closure would occur.
Okay. And was any effort made to understand the impact that that decision would have on councils, or to understand councils' capacity to fill that gap?
I was presented with the government has made this decision email.
Okay. I suppose I think the answer to my follow-up question is going to be clear, which is what the financial impact on councils is going to be to absorb that change, which is, we had a significant discussion with the Minister this morning about cost shifting, and it feels like it's happening in real time today.
The Local Government New South Wales has made representations, or no, it was raised as part of a meeting with the Minister about the concerns regarding that. As I said, it's a decision of government that it's taken. It's not something that is my role to fight or question that. But I will continue to work with Communities and Justice in terms of the implementation of the process, and obviously I will seek to ensure that any implications for councils will be raised as part of that. But it's been quite this is the decision.
And were you asked to provide any support or information to councils through the process of this decision?
I'm not aware of that, but it could also have been, as I say, it's a decision of government, so it would have been taken through a whole of government process, and so I'm unaware as to whether there would have been some other request that has come through more centrally to the department.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to come back to, I asked the Minister some questions this morning about the Edward River Council Performance Improvement Order. So I just want to get my timeline straight. In a previous session, you told us that you'd received the second compliance report on the 22nd of October, and my understanding is that was due on the 24th of September. So my question is, what were the grounds for that due date having been varied?
So the first compliance report was on the 26th of August, and the second compliance report that we received was on the 22nd of October. I did have the PIO up before, but I probably have lost it. I don't recall there being a delay in the provision of the second compliance report. I know you did ask me about it in December, and I think I made the point at the time that I had been away in November. So when the report did come in, there was a briefing note that was prepared while I was away that was provided to the Minister. So if I've given the view that we didn't receive it on time, I apologise for that, because we did. Mr Wade, do you have a date?
Yeah. Edward River Council did approach us because the due date fell close to the local council elections. And they asked for an extension to allow one council meeting. My understanding is to happen before they provide the second report.
Okay. So just to confirm my understanding, it was at the council's request so that the new councillors could sign off on the report before it was sent to the Office of Local Government?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Wade. That's a helpful answer to my question.
Great, thank you. I might start with, I think perhaps Ms Van der Honnet might be the best one for this one. I just got a couple of follow-up questions in regards to the consultations that will take place after the discussion paper has gone out. Just wondering if there's a particular plan for how those consultations will be conducted, particularly with local councils, and whether animal care staff who are at the front line of rehoming will be included in those as well.
Yes, the consultation will be as broad as we can possibly make it. I think you heard from the Minister this morning the importance of the Companion Animal Act review, and that we get it right. Just to build on where we are at the moment, as you know, there's a discussion paper that's out for everybody to comment. We're expecting a lot of submissions from the public. As we know, there's a lot of interest in animals and companion animals. Mm-hmm. When we get those submissions in, we will then make them public, as we do with submissions, and then get that information together, analyse it, and come up with a discussion, an options paper, see where it takes us, and then go out for targeted workshops and with as many stakeholders as we possibly can.
Great, thank you. I've also got some questions about the pet registry. Earlier this week, the New South Wales Government issued a media release about the new mobile-friendly pet registry. And I think this might be to Mr Whitworth, but I'm happy for it to go to whoever best works in this space. But I'm just wondering if I could get an update on what changes have actually been rolled out in this latest iteration of the pet registry.
Certainly, I think this is something that Ms Van den Honnet can answer, but it's essentially the Link My Pet process. I think we talked in previous budget estimates hearings about Link My Pet, and so this was the announcement of the go live. Ms Van den Honnet, do you want to explain a little bit more about what it does?
Yep. So in December last year, I think when we talked about it, it hadn't yet gone live. So in the middle of January this year, we went live with the Link My Pet function. Mm-hmm. So that is for all homeowners and breeders to be able to now electronically link their pets with their Service New South Wales account. So the next steps in that process will be to bring in other organisations, vets, councils, and the rehoming organisations. We haven't got there yet. We're still finalising doing the hypercare process for the owners and breeders and exactly scoping out what those next stages should look like.
Thank you. Can I just clarify that the new mobile-friendly pet registry isn't an actual app, is it? It's just that the website's now optimised? Is that what?
I might take that on notice.
It's not accessible through the Service New South Wales app, but it is accessible through your Service New South Wales account.
Okay. And yeah, if you could find out a little bit more, I think you took that on notice as well. Is there going to be a separate phone app, or will it only be through the current Service New South Wales app?
That would be a great ambition. It could be a costly ambition as well. But the choice of the platform for the pet registry being the Amanda platform, which is the platform that the New South Wales government uses for licences and so on, does mean that we can at some point in the future link to that Service New South Wales app. But that's an ambition. It's not a promise of a delivery.
Thank you. The media release also stated that the pet registry provides instant online transfer of ownership. Is that something that now only applies to someone using the online pet registry, or is it just for breeders? Is it everyone now that's on there?
If you have an account, if you are currently registered through the Companion Animals Register, so the car, that's now linked to the Link My Pet function.
So I just want to make sure it's not just breeders, it's everyone now that uses it, so it's instant online transfer. Yep.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. And how does it work in practice? I know I've had a couple of briefings on this in the past, but it's been a while, so I'm just trying to see if that process has changed at all, or been tweaked in any way.
Sorry, how does it work in practice? How do you register a pet online? Do you want us to take
How do you do that instant online transfer of ownership? How does that process actually work when somebody's on the app?
when they're on the website?
Or on the website, yeah.
Okay, we would be happy to provide you with a flow chart to describe how that occurs, and we'll do that on notice.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you. I go to the opposition.
Thank you.
The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this afternoon. I just want to follow up on Mr. Latham's question. So I understand, yes, you're aware about reports concerning Bayside Council, and you've made a referral. Did, prior to that, you conduct separately an investigation into the matter?
As I said, we received information from the Third Party Integrity Agency. What was referred to NCAT was a report under the Local Government Act. So you could characterise that as that's an investigation report, but it relied on the material that we were provided by that third party agency, and we sought their leave in order to use that information and tender it to NCAT. This is why I'm being so careful.
And so my next question will probably will you provide to the committee documents relating to this issue? But I understand that whilst it's ongoing, you won't be able to do that, but I just put it to you that...
we would have to seek General Counsel advice to answer that question.
Okay. So, and then my next question, I asked the Minister earlier today about his gifting of a gift voucher to a young apprentice, and I just wanted to see whether you could provide advice to the committee on the legality of this, and whether does the Minister need to make any disclosures on that gift?
I think those would be questions for the Cabinet Office, who does manage those matters for government. I will take that on notice though and seek some advice from my own legal team as to who would be responsible for providing that advice.
Okay, so that's on notice. Thank you. And then there's a question with regard to demergers, and I understand, like with Cootamundra Gundagai, there's the Boundary Commission has had a meeting.
Technically, it's a public inquiry.
Oh, yes, okay.
Given that we have a concurrent process, but the public inquiry held meetings on the 18th and 19th of February in both Gundagai and Cootamundra to hear from the community. They also heard from the
consultant that had been appointed by Cootamundra Gundagai Council to prepare, I keep calling it the implementation plan, but I think they call it their financial sustainability plan, and that was presented to the public inquiry.
Okay, and in that preparation, was there a timeline for implementation?
A timeline for implementation
of when a demerger process, if it's agreed to, or that's part of your what did you call it? The
public inquiry.
Yeah.
So the process, in a broad sense, under the legislation for Cootamundra Gundagai, is that there is a public inquiry into whether the council, Cootamundra Gundagai Regional Council, should be dissolved, and then there will be a Boundaries Commission meeting as to whether 2 new councils should be created based on a proposal put forward by Cootamundra Gundagai Regional Council. So I understand that the Boundaries Commission is likely to be meeting in the coming months, and once they've met, they will put a proposal to the Minister, as well as a recommendation out of the public inquiry for the Minister to consider that. The next steps will be the preparation of a proclamation if the Minister agrees with if there is a recommendation that effectively the demerger should happen, then there will be a proclamation prepared. This won't be a simple proclamation. It could go to several pages in the Government Gazette effectively, because it needs to identify the division of assets, liabilities. It will need to identify the governance structures of the 2 new councils. It will need to identify some of the timing around the election and so forth. So that's quite a detailed process. I'm not prepared to give any sort of time frame or commitment, given there is still so much process and legal documentation that needs to be prepared.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to Code of Conduct reforms, I note, say, over the last 3 years, I think it's over 4,200 complaints have been lodged. So, and we're in the middle of reforming the Code of Conduct. What interim steps have been taken to reduce the backlog of cases?
So I've previously given evidence to this committee about the work that we've done to accelerate the assessment of the applications that we receive. The procedures for the administration of the Model Code of Conduct do place a lot of onus on councils dealing with Code of Conduct matters in the first instance, and then the Office of Local Government will deal with Code of Conduct matters that have either been referred to the council by the council to the office, or for pecuniary interest matters. What procedures we have put in place is the creation of what we call the Complaints Investigation Review Committee. It is effectively a triage process, and I think that triage process has been designed to prevent material coming into the Office of Local Government without the executive being aware of it until it's gone all the way through the investigation chain and pops out at the other end. I think reference to the earlier conversation is that's sort of an important change that I have made. That triage process enables us to quickly identify whether this is an issue that requires further investigation, whether this is an issue that requires perhaps referral either back to the council or to another integrity agency. It also gives us the ability to identify and discern any trends that might be occurring with multiple council laws being, creating Code of Conduct complaints, and we can then look at whether there is a need to address how that council is operating and go and talk to the council about the issues that are at hand with its governance. So those things, I hope, are helping us to accelerate the time frame from when we receive matters to when we are able to resolve them. In the longer term, the answer to that weaponisation issue is to ensure that behavioural matters associated with a councillor's conduct are dealt with by councillors' peers, and I've previously given evidence to this committee about the creation of a privileges committee to do that. And that is my strong hope, that by having a methodology where councillors judge other councillors on behavioural matters, not on conflicts of interest, but on behavioural matters, that we'll be able to both reduce the costs, because you'll eliminate the need for a conduct examiner report in every instance, and it will also help us to better frame some of the actions, being politicians are making judgments about whether the behaviour of that politician was appropriate.
Okay. And so you've just outlined the strengthening of that sort of investigative capability of the office, and you probably won't be. Will additional funding be provided, or is it part of the previous funding that you've received to build that capability?
So as a result of the funding that we have received, I have been able to increase the number of investigators that I have. I have also been able to strengthen the intervention process that we have, so that I'm able to have investigators focused on investigations rather than dealing with investigations, performance improvement orders as well. I've also been able to use that funding to create more strategic reform capability, so that it's not the investigators that are undertaking the reforms. So their job is to get on and do the investigations.
And as part of this, what new powers will the Office of Local Government have, and how will they be enforced, or is that through legislation that is part of this process?
That will need to be through legislation, and as part of that process, you've heard the Minister talking about wanting to talk about the most appropriate jurisdiction to deal and hear with matters. I think you heard him express some frustration with the timeframes that he's had out of NCAT matters. It also is one of the challenges that I've found in doing this job is that I'm being put into a position where I need to judge the conduct of elected officials, and if they are serious matters and the elected official should be either suspended or disqualified, then that's a decision that should be taken by a judicial officer rather than by a bureaucrat.
So in, say, Bayside as an example, I know it's in maybe not a good example, sorry. What penalty, given that it's ongoing, penalty mechanisms do you think are being considered for breaches, say like for instance, breaches of conflicts of interest?
Well, that would be a range of suspension and or disqualification options. There would also be the question to the extent to which costs would be awarded for those sorts of actions. I'm quite happy to use the Bayside example. It was the first time where instead of going through a mechanism where the Departmental Chief Executive, which is effectively the powers that I'm exercising, where the Departmental Chief Executive goes through a process of the issue of a notice and a potential suspension of a councillor for up to 3 months, I felt that the matters were so serious with that case that I elected to go to NCAT, which has suspension powers of up to 12 months. That, I think, demonstrates my degree of concern about the matters there. But that, and I could stand to be corrected, but that was one of the, that was a decision that was very rarely taken. So normally the Departmental Chief Executive would act to suspend a councillor, rather than go straight to NCAT.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. On that point, have you gone to NCAT on any other occasions?
We have gone to NCAT. So we, not for a sitting councillor, and at the time Councillor Sarah Hoenig was a sitting councillor. Not me personally, and I'm being very careful here, will ensure that if there has been a matter where we have gone straight to NCAT for a sitting councillor, then we'll take that on notice. We have gone to NCAT on a number of occasions where the councillor is no longer a councillor. So there
and is that because they're out of your remit at that point?
Yes, yes, yes.
There's no penalty regime that could be exercised.
Yes, so we are obliged to go to NCAT in those cases. So while I have been Deputy Secretary, there have been at least 3 of those circumstances where we have been at NCAT for a former councillor.
Thank you. To change pace a little bit, in terms of the financial sustainability of councils, and we understand that the government is going to come back on that report, has the Office of Local Government been tasked to analyse or review or provide any recommendations internally on the recommendations that have been provided by the State Development Committee report?
Yes, we are tasked with providing the Minister with advice on that matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, with respect to the expectation that councils are prudent managers of their finances, what sort of assistance is provided from the Office of Local Government to newly elected councillors and even old and continuing councillors in order to assist them in that charge?
Sorry, I'm almost gleeful that you're asking me the
yes,
question.
I was actually thinking, is this a Dorothy Dixon? Yeah.
We have been running a series of workshops for incoming councillors called Hit the Ground Running. Those have been a very successfully subscribed series of workshops that had been running. They started at the end of last year, and they have only just completed. I'm looking. No one here will help me with the answer on that. I think it's.
Don't worry. Somebody at the table was trying to look for me for assistance the other day. I wasn't going to help.
If it didn't complete last week, it will be complete next week in terms of the program. At least one of those sessions is the financial. How the financial background and backbone of a council, how you understand and look at how a council's accounts are prepared, the issues associated with understanding the monthly, quarterly, yearly budgets and financial reports that you receive. We have also been working with any number of other groups such as Local Government New South Wales, local government professionals, to help them with any courses that they wanted to provide to assist councillors understand their financial responsibilities. We prepared the councillor handbook at the beginning of every new term. We update the councillor handbook and we provide information in the councillor handbook about how a councillor's finances are managed, some of the things that a councillor would want to identify and ask, potentially ask questions of. I do love the instantaneousness of estimates. The last webinar was yesterday.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. I'm glad we're on top of it. And Mr. Whitworth, in terms of councillors and the setting of remuneration for councillors and mayors, there is, of course, a band that dictates how that is worked out in terms of councils and their size and the like. But is there any flexibility, I know, around expenses policies and the like? There are some flexibility that's available there for councillors. What are the guidelines in terms of how councillors' facilities policies or councillors' expenses policies are set? And as well, if there's any scope in terms of councils being able to determine their remuneration for both councillors and mayors?
So the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal sets, as you say, a band for each council within which the salary of the mayor and the councillors can be established. And every year that is updated, the councillors can then vote, make a resolution as to whether they're going to adopt that increase or not. Councillors are also able to access expenses and funding for expenses that they incur. They're also able to access funding for training. And there are policies that each council needs to adopt. There are some model policies that we provide them, but each council will adopt their own policy based on our model in order to manage that expenditure. There was a parliamentary inquiry at the end of the last parliament that did make a recommendation that we needed to adopt and update the parliamentary expenses policy, which is on the work program for the Office of Local Government to do.
Okay. And is there an expectation as to when that will be finalised?
There is not a definitive time frame. One of the things that I have been trying to do with the restructure of the Office of Local Government is to free up our policy capacity. So there are people that are doing multiple jobs effectively at the same time, and some of those people have been helping to manage governance and compliance issues while also preparing governance and governance policy. So by freeing that resource up, I'm hopeful that I can accelerate a number of key policy updates. The procurement policy for councils is one that I do feel is quite critical because there have been a number of ICAC recommendations. We talked about a recommendation just this morning about council procurement policies, and then the council expenses policy will also be updated. I do hope that we could try and incorporate that with the councillor conduct framework update, but that's an ambition rather than a promise.
And to that point, in terms of ICAC recommendations, how many of those that the ICAC have made are still outstanding?
Can I take that on notice? I do have a table, but it would be quite boring reading. Yeah. But yes, more than happy to take that on notice.
I'm happy to receive that on notice as well. Would you be able to provide a list of all the councils also on notice that have had approved special rate variations for the past 5 financial years, as well as those that I think you undertook to take on notice this morning that have applied in this round and for next financial year as well?
Certainly. I mean, that information is available on the IPART website, but we can undertake some research for the committee and provide that information.
Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Also, to the discussion we had this morning in terms of the salaries of staff within councils and potentially some of what I think the Minister would prefer to be called general managers rather than CEOs. Are there any guidelines that are in place that the Office of Local Government put to councils for what staff remuneration should be, particularly at that most senior level of councils?
Sorry, you've whether you've realised it or not, I think you've asked me 2 questions. There is general manager, there are guidelines around general manager contracts and the contractual process for the appointment of general managers. There is also, now that we have removed senior staff contracts from the Local Government Act, that means any other council employee is employed under the award, and that award is negotiated by Local Government New South Wales with the relevant unions. So the payment of staff other than the general manager will be in accordance with the award.
Mm-hmm. But the general manager itself, and sorry for continuing on here for a second if you don't mind, but the general manager itself, is there a guideline for that payment, or is it just in terms of the negotiation process and appointment process that should be undertaken?
There is a guideline around the councils are obliged to use a contract that has been prepared by the Office of Local Government. Obviously, there are schedules to be filled in at the back that provide the details of the remuneration, but that remuneration and the performance arrangements are negotiated by the council with the general manager.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Whitworth, when the Third Party Integrity Agency sent you this material about the Bayside councillor, did they say why they were sending it? It was the first time in their 34-year history that they'd referred this on to the Office of Local Government?
I wasn't around at the time, and I'm not in the habit of having those sorts of conversations with any third-party integrity agency along those lines. I believe their view was that this is a matter that the Office of Local Government might be better suited to addressing because of the view that it was a misconduct matter under the Code of Conduct, and so therefore would be better addressed through the Office of Local Government rather than being a matter under their legislation.
Could you check the file on take that on notice, check the file and come back with any detail?
Again, I'm just going to have to advise that I'll just have to seek General Counsel advice about what we can and can't release.
Okay, well, they've said it's a general misconduct matter. The Minister was told about it and advised you to get a criminal counsel involved. The Independent Commission Against Corruption is there to investigate and take action about corruption. Did the Office of Local Government at any stage say, well, if this is serious enough, why isn't ICAC doing it with much greater powers of investigation, phone tap, so on and so forth, than the Office of Local Government?
Sorry, are you asking whether we
pushed back
and
said, well, if this is serious enough, and the Minister has said we should commission a criminal counsel, ICAC can undertake this investigation a lot more effectively than the Office of Local Government.
So there is an assumption in your question that it is ICAC that is the third-party integrity agency. We have an obligation to report corruption to ICAC, and we would have met that obligation if we were of that mind as part of this. And any referral that we make is not typically a public process.
And prior to late 2022, what other complaints of misconduct had been received about Councillor Sarah Vinovsky and been investigated?
I believe that was a question you asked me before that I'll take on notice.
Okay. After mid-2023, how often did you keep the Minister up to date with this particular matter as it unfolded?
As I said, it was part of the broad process of me appraising the Minister of the issues that I'm dealing with within his portfolio. I wouldn't say that there was a regularity about it.
Well, every couple of months, can you take on notice briefings? I assume you've got notes to file about briefings with the Minister.
These were not formal briefings where there is a formal briefing note. These were regular discussions that I have with the Minister. Sorry, I should say regular. They're not regular, they're irregular discussions in that we've just finished a meeting and I have the chance to tell him a few bits and pieces about things that are of interest in his portfolio that I feel that he should be appraised of. So that's the sort of briefing that we're talking about.
Right. Mr Whitworth, is there some imbalance between your evidence and that of the Minister? You're saying you told him bits and pieces about the matter generally. He advised you to commission a criminal counsel, which would indicate that the Minister thought there was something really substantial here that required that action.
I think the Minister's, first of all, I don't want to, I was actually going to give you an answer which I would assume these are the things that the Minister was concerned about. Can I give you an answer that the perspective that I took from the Minister was an independent third-party integrity agency has raised these issues with you. You haven't told me much detail other than that there is a matter that's being dealt with and that is in front of you, that if you need to deal with that and refer it to another authority, if you need to take action, then make sure that you've got a good barrister. And I think what I took from that conversation, not just talking to a Minister but an extremely experienced barrister, was if you're going to compile a case of that nature, then you'd want a good criminal barrister to help you.
Right, and who did you get for that?
I think that's a matter of record. I don't want to mislead the committee and read out the wrong name. The counsel assisting the department is Mr. Cobb Clark.
Cobb Clark, okay.
And that's information that's available through the NCAP decision.
Sure, just wanted to get it on the record here at our committee. And further, Mr Whitworth, in the irregular briefings with the Minister after mid-2023, the Minister make any other suggestions on how the matter should be handled?
I think the Minister was concerned that we were taking our time and he wanted to make sure that I was dealing with it quickly. I was, that was an opinion that I was quite happy to receive because I was worried about how long it was taking us to deal with as well.
Right, and as the office investigated the matter, and Barrister Cole Clark got about his work. What consideration was given to sending the matter back to ICAC? Because it sounds like the third matter that can't be spoken about is quite serious, and the second matter, or the first one, is regarded as criminal in the nature of the counsel who was commissioned. So at what point was consideration given to send it back to the third party integrity agency, given that that's more their job than yours?
Well, I would imagine it's a very challenging question to ask and to answer, because any decision that I take to refer a matter to a third party integrity agency should be a decision that is taken without publicity. And I think the safest course for me is to adopt the position that my secretary has suggested, and that we will answer that on notice based on the advice of our counsel.
Isn't the test whether it's sufficiently of a nature sufficient for ICAC to investigate, rather whether or not there's any publicity? I mean, you can do these.
We do have requirements, as you'll be aware, Mr. Latham, particularly myself, under Section 11 of notification requirements. Part of that is not disclosing when I have made that notification. So we're not trying to not provide you with information. I just want to seek some legal advice as to what information I can give to the committee.
So under Section 11, it's possible you made a reference back and they said you should still handle it.
I have requirements to make referrals. I'm not stating whether a referral was made or not. I'm simply stating that this is the situation we're in, and we do need to seek some legal advice.
Okay, and given that he left the council, he dropped off the Labor Party ticket replaced by his son, what penalties can now apply to Mr. Saran Vinovsky?
In terms of any action that we take through NCAT, the powers of NCAT to deal with a former councillor are disqualification for a period of time. My memory serves correct, it's up to 5 years.
Correct.
Yep. Right, you can't come back. Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Latham, just for the accuracy of the records, the council we used was Matthew Cobb Clark.
Matthew. Did I say Cole Clark, did I?
Yes, you did.
It's my glasses.
Matthew Colin Clark.
Cobb Clark.
Cobb.
COBB hyphen Clark.
What, close a business, or that's his middle name?
No, that's his
double B.
Double B.
Double B. Cobb,
yep.
Cobb and Co.
Cobb
okay.
Clark.
Okay, thank you. Clark. With an E?
With an E.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Whitworth, I'm not too sure I got the answer on any further suggestions the Minister made in the subsequent briefings.
I know
he said he was concerned about it and wanted.
Yeah.
He was worried it wasn't progressing quickly enough. What does that mean? He told you to move faster.
I believe that's what. If my memory serves correct, that's what he said to me. He was concerned to make sure that we had a good case and a good barrister, not for any other reason than if the Office of Local Government was taking an action, then he'd like to ensure that we were successful and presented the best foot forward. And he was also concerned about the time that it was taking.
Right, anything else?
I can't recall anything else.
And objectively at this point, you must have been quite impressed by the Minister's integrity, given that he's seeking a good criminal barrister, good case, move thoroughly and promptly on this matter against a Labor Party colleague of his for 30 years, knowing eventually the matter would bring some embarrassment to his own party. Was that the impression that you took away?
Look, asking me the integrity of the Minister, I've always been impressed by the Minister's integrity, and he and I have had some interesting conversations around his perspective coming from being an experienced barrister, a member of the bar, a very experienced mayor and quite an experienced state parliamentarian. He does provide quite an impressive package of
no doubt he got a very impressive outcome out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a few more questions about the pet registry. I'm just wondering if there has been any loss of data or any other sort of glitches come up through the transition process to the new online pet registry. And the only reason I ask this is one of my team actually linked her Service New South Wales account with the pet registry this week, and she lost the images of her cats, and so that all had to be sort of re-uploaded. And I just wanted to know if that was an anomaly or if there are some sort of glitches as the system rolls out.
So whether Ms. Van Hoenig ready, there's two elements, I suppose. Firstly, the material around the registration of the pet, the microchip details, etc., is held in the car in the companion animals register. So the pet registry and the Link My Pet enables you to link your Service New South Wales account to the details in the companion animals register, and then to provide additional information such as pictures and so on. We are aware of some challenges in making sure that when the data is effectively connected, that there is a need to have, in some cases the data connects beautifully, in other cases it needs a manual process in the background to help. And we've been dealing with that and have put some additional staff on in our pet helpline because they've been dealing with quite a number of calls to address that. Yep. The particular issue about losing information of pictures is new to me, so we're happy to look at that and to see whether that's something that we can address through the hypercare process that exists with the Department of Customer Services, who is undertaking the build of the registry for us.
Great.
I might just add on to that. The team has advised that that wasn't an anomaly.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
But having the loss, it is an anomaly.
Yeah. That's okay.
Don't confuse a bunch of words. But as Mr. Whitworth has said, we have got additional resources in to the pet helpline team.
Great.
And for example, over the weekend they went up to Gosford. Central Coast had a pet day, a couple of weekend before last, where the pet reg team was there helping register pets, working with the community.
Great, fantastic. And what's the next steps in the next steps for the upgrade generally? Like what can we see in the next 6 to 12 months with the whole pet registry?
Well, our focus is now turning to the implementation of the puppy farm legislation and requirements, so the creation of breeder identification numbers through the pet registry, the identification of breeder identification numbers in a geographic sense, the ability for us to investigate whether we will be able to, because there's an exemption process for certain breeders, and whether we can use the pet registry to assist us with that. So that's our main focus for the pet registry, and that will involve the creation of a breeder portal. We have been talking about these as breeder portals. They're really just access points. So once we've done that, then we will turn, I think, as we've given evidence before, to the creation of other access points and improving those access points for councils, vets, animal welfare enforcement agencies. Now, I know that we've also talked about rehoming organisations there. That will be one that I've been given advice that that's going to be quite complicated, and I want to work out and delve into that as to why it is complicated, or whether we can take a different approach and make it like a super user component of the traditional Link My Pet process. So those are longer term. They will be dependent on government decisions around funding.
Thank you. And with the that breeder portal, will applications for the exemptions come through that, or is that planning to be a completely separate process that would go through the adjoining department?
Can I say that we're still working on that detail? We have at least until November before we need to be ready to implement that. There is a draft implementation plan that is floating around that is the subject of discussions between the Office of Local Government and colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development and the Department of Customer Service.
And because I work quite a lot with the rescue space, and I know that there's a lot of concern there, and I know that we've spoken about that quite a bit. it would be good at some point to get some more information about some of the issues that you said have been flagged with you that you want to look further into, just because there is this real concern that they're not going to be on there, or they're not going to be on there for a long time, and obviously the changes with the puppy farm legislation are delaying the timeline even further in regards to, I assume so, correct me if I'm wrong, but it will delay the full pet registry package coming out even further because there's more complicating factors to work out. So I would really appreciate getting some further information on that and what we can do in the interim as well, particularly as this system becomes more and more used by most people, but rescue groups are not sort of getting that access.
And I think a lot of people have been focused on these portals, and I think what we need to do is actually go back to what is the business that needs to be transacted, and is there a other way in which that business can be transacted. So yeah, more than happy to have those conversations. We are, as I said, our focus is puppy farm legislation, but we're also dependent on government funding to move forward with expanding the pet registry.
Thank you. And Mr. Whitworth, I also wanted to get an update from you about you talked about a dedicated companion animals team within the Office of Local Government, and last time we spoke, you were at the early stages of that. I'm just wondering if I could get an update on that process, how many people you're planning to get in the team, if it's already started, what work they'll be doing.
So we have created that team. That team is now live as part of our restructure, which came into effect at the beginning of this year. I have allocated that team under Ms Vanden Honet's area of responsibility, so it's part of what we call our sector development area. I don't yet have a director for the team, but we have advertised for that, and I think we've received a really large number of applications. We've moved all the people together, so people have been working on the pet registry, people have been working on the pet helpline, we've moved them together. We have created a position with the responsibility to help us with the project management of the enforcement regime for the breeder exemptions. And we have created a process whereby the policy teams will come in and out to provide that policy advice. I think by the next estimates we'll have the team up and running, and as I said, we've temporarily expanded the capability of the pet helpline as well to deal with the needs of the introduction of the Link My Pet and making sure that process is as smooth as we can possibly make it.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the pound data generally. There's a few questions I have about the pound data itself that's come in. And there seems to be an uptick on the number of councils actually supplying the data, which is good news. It looks like Murrumbidgee Council's the only one listed as no report. Do you know why they haven't reported?
No, I don't, but we were going to follow them up, and so I'm happy to take on notice any response to how we had followed them up. It could well be that they just didn't have a... sorry, I'd be speculating.
No, that's all right. Yeah, no, if you're following it up, that's great. And the other councils that came to my attention were Lane Cove and Hunters Hill, that report their numbers in as zero, which I find quite hard to believe that LGAs would have zero impounded animals in a 12-month period. And it's not quite clear online which pound facilities those councils are operating through. I'm just wondering if you have any details on those two councils and why they report a zero number.
My recollection of those two councils is that they actually shared a pound.
I think you're right.
We happy to follow that up as to why they didn't have any reports as to didn't actually record any animals coming in. They might have arrangements, for example, with rehoming organisations. I don't know.
If you could follow up, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. The opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it was last week or early this week, there was a report in, I believe it was the Sydney Morning Herald, about council expenses and overseas travel, and claiming they've spent a combined $7 million on ratepayers' funds on interstate and overseas travel, including study tours. I wonder, what oversight does the Office of Local Government have to ensure that these expenses are reasonable?
Well, it's the council that needs to decide whether it's a reasonable decision for someone to go overseas and to be paid for out of the ratepayers' money. If I am left with a position where I've got to decide on every individual or some individual decisions of councils to spend money, then that's hardly local democracy. So it's a matter for the council laws to take that decision on that. There are certain rationales for international travel, and that would be the obligation and the expectation that when international travel is undertaken, that there is a report provided of the reasons for the travel and the outcome of the travel and any interactions. The Independent Commission Against Corruption raised concerns about, not concerns, but they identified a need to update the policies around that for councils, and we provided advice to councils off the back of that request from the Independent Commission Against Corruption.
Okay, so if I could just go further. So given that it's ratepayers' funds, and so you've given advice, so is that like further measures that you'd introduce to increase transparency and accountability into local government financial management?
I think it was both. It was a circular. I'm sure that it was a circular. I remember that it related to the decision for councils to provide funding for either councillors or staff to undertake international travel. But there was also an issue coming out of Operation Galley, with the ICAC Operation Galley, around some of the corruption risks that exist with international travel, and the perception, the role of a mayor is quite different in a Chinese environment than what it is in an Australian environment, and so it was to be aware of those issues. That was the additional detail. I can't find it immediately to hand.
Are you able, on notice, to provide a copy of that circular?
Of that circular?
Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. And I understand that today was the submission sort of cut off for the discussion paper that was launched, I think it was 4th of September last year.
Sorry if I can correct you. So the discussion paper in September was the Council Conduct Framework.
Yes, that one. Yep.
Submissions closed on that.
I think it's today, isn't it? Today?
I think December, and there were some end of November. There were just over 200 submissions that, as I said this morning, we're preparing to make publicly available. What closes today? Today's a popular day. What closes today were submissions on the consultation draft of the meeting code of practice.
Oh, okay, right. And so what happens now once that? You collate the data, and is there a timeline for that?
With all this preparation of timelines, I'll actually get around to doing some work. We will collate the submissions. We will look at the issues. Obviously, with this one, we'll need to everything. But I know that some of the hot button issues have been raised in this committee this morning. The view around banning private briefing sessions. Some of the views around the role of the mayor and standing for the mayor as the mayor comes into the chamber. I dare say there will also be concerns around some of the issues associated that we tried to depoliticise the role of the general manager. I know from discussions that is sometimes that is a concern that is coming through the submissions. We will review those and we'll provide a report to the minister, because we've exhibited effectively this is the draft that we're proposing to make. We should be able to move quite quickly to the finalisation of an updated meeting code of practice. Then to implement that will be a regulation change.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Whitworth. Going back to a question I asked the Minister before with respect to community housing providers, does the department keep any data in terms of exemptions that are sought from rates from all entities or any entities? Is that information that the department has at all?
Well, it's not a case by case exemption. It's a policy exemption through the regulations. So, I think you were referring to a particular report that I suspect the council you referenced is probably Campbelltown Council, where there quite a large number of social housing estates, and those social housing estates have been in the process of transfer from Land and Housing Corporation, now Homes New South Wales, to community housing providers, and they benefit from those same rate exemptions that had previously been enjoyed by Homes New South Wales. So it's not a case of keeping a register of the exemptions. It's about that policy exemption that exists in the regulation and the legislation.
And do you keep such a register?
Well, it's not a land register. It's a register where the regulations, I think, spell out the the entities,
the organisations that are treated
have
as
that exemption.
public benevolent institutions, I think it is.
Yes, Crown Lands, for example, certain government authorities, etc.
So, with respect, but generally, in terms of exemptions of land, not just in that class, but all of them, do you have any sort of indication as to what sort of impacts it has for each local government area across New South Wales?
No, not a. If we remove that exemption for that particular class, it will have this impact for those councils.
Remembering the rating regime is different council to council as well, so it would be you'd need to get into the granular detail of each council area.
Thank you. Now, with respect to some of the discussions we had previously in terms of the cost of staffing, and I take it particularly when we look at the Northern Beaches Council, and we've had ventilated to some extent the cost of staffing there. Do you keep any? And I take it in terms of the award payments and that, do you do any benchmarking in terms of the number of senior management that exists within each council, or the number of people who are on certain bands between each council, and provide a sort of best in class, so to speak, or a target for what a particular size council should have?
No. Local Government Act is quite explicit. Section 332, subsection 1A, very explicit, that the General Manager has the responsibility to set the structure of the council. So that's the job of the General Manager to do. We don't editorialise on what are good or bad structures, because the whole point of local government is that it's local and it needs to respond to the circumstances in that local government area. So that's why it's up to the General Manager, in consultation with their council, to set the structure.
So there's no benchmarking on that that's done by the Office of Local Government for councils of particular sizes or the like, or what should be aims of that council within that range?
No, because for some, I mean, you could take two councils of comparable size and they'd have different issues in terms of their planning concerns. They mightn't be right next to each other from a geographic perspective, but one might have, one might be on the Murray and one might be back from the Murray, so planning issues will be more important to one council than another council. They might be two councils that are next to each other, but one's a high growth area and one's a lower growth area. So the provision of infrastructure and, the director of engineering and support for that will be different between one and another. It's too hard, given the nature of local government, to say this is a ideal structure or this is a benchmark structure.
How many performance audits are undertaken by the Office of Local Government with respect to local councils each year?
Performance audits?
Yeah.
We don't undertake performance audits. That's the role of the Auditor General.
Okay. And how many are undertaken by the Auditor General? Do you have any data for that?
Well, no, I don't. We can take that on notice, but isn't that a question for the Auditor General?
It may be, but I thought maybe that would be something the Office of Local Government potentially has the data of. Do you get provided with that information from the Auditor General?
We get advised as to when an audit is going to commence, whether it's a performance audit or another form of audit, and we will be provided with a copy of the report at the completion of the process. In some cases, we will also be subject to the performance audit ourselves when the audit office is looking at the broader process. I'm trying to think of an example that we've had. I think the audit office did an audit of DA processes, for example, and they incorporated the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure into an audit team.
I think cyber security was where we were all captured.
Yep. So it does. We do get captured
in terms of the thematics and the like. Yep.
And then they'll do a sample of councils to undertake a performance audit for.
Okay. Thank you. Now, with respect to the initiatives, as the Minister said previously, the Office of Local Government has received a significant, I think, $37.4 million budget boost, was it?
Well, it's effectively $9 million increase in each year, and so that is over a 4-year period.
So you outlined previously in terms of the additional staff that have been taken in the Office of Local Government. Does that additional funding just cover those additional staff members, or are there other initiatives that funding covers?
That $37 million does predominantly cover labour expense costs. I have been asking for an increase in our operational costs, but it's been quite minor. But critical that if we are to undertake certain activities, then and we want to advise people, we've got to have funds to go out and do an advertising or a community engagement campaign to support it, which takes money to do. I have also, though, been working to achieve the aims of the government in terms of its reduction in our expenditure on travel,
advertising, legal
and consultants, and to build the capability of the Office of Local Government to effectively provide that sort of consulting work within-house and to provide that opinion within-house. So that's another reason why our labour expense costs need to go up.
To that point, what has been the cost of external consultants engaged by the Office of Local Government over the last, let's say, 3 financial years? Has there been a significant
we'll
change?
take that one on notice.
I suspected you might.
The Chief Financial Officer to provide advice.
But I will say that we're quite lean in that sense, and I've been trying to build the capability internally.
Thank you. And with respect to the Code of Conduct complaints and the like, they of course go out to independent consultants. I take it that all of that is the cost centre of each local council rather than being the Office of Local Government. Is that correct? Or?
Well, it's a cost that each council bears. So the appointment of a conduct examiner is the responsibility of that council. When it comes to us as a result of the council considering the report of the conduct examiner, then we need to undertake our own consideration of that and potentially investigation. But the cost of the conduct examiner is borne by the council.
And what's the process that is undertaken by the Office of Local Government when a complaint is submitted by a councillor with respect to the general manager of a council or a staff member of the council?
So again, the procedures for the administration of the Model Code of Conduct state, and those procedures apply to council staff and to councillors. that complaints about a code of conduct complaint, whether it's about a staff member or whether it's about a councillor or whether it's about a mayor or a general manager, are to be made through, in the case of councillors or staff or the mayor, to the general manager, and in the case of the general manager, to the mayor. And so the mayor or the general manager will receive the complaint. They have the ability to consider whether they want to progress with that. We strongly encourage them to consider referring it to. We encourage every council to have a complaints review coordinator, and we encourage councils to ensure the general managers and the mayors, when they receive these, to refer it to the complaints review coordinator, who will then organise for a conduct examiner to receive the complaint, to investigate it. There are procedures around the provision of natural justice to both the person making the complaint and who the complaint has been made about, and then it will come back either to the general manager for a determination if it's something relating to a staff member, or if it's relating to a councillor, then it will be provided to. Report will be provided to the council in closed session of council for them to make a decision based on the recommendations of the conduct examiner.
And do you have data on how many local councils across New South Wales do have a complaints review coordinator in place?
Well, I think it's a mandatory requirement.
Okay, so it's not a case of encouragement; it's a case of requirement. Or?
Well, yes, but it's a for some of the smaller councils, that complaints review coordinator will
might be the chief financial officer as well, or might be
as
something else
well as the governance manager. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Great, wonderful, thank you. I've just got a few more questions about the pound statistics, but particularly in relation to Blacktown Animal Rehoming Facility. And I know that Blacktown Council has a number of LGAs that they run the pound for. They reported having an incoming number of 2,500 cats and dogs. And I just wanted to clarify if that 2,500 animals were just from the Blacktown City Council LGA, or if that's the total number of animals coming into the Bark facility, regardless of what LGA they come from.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You spend it on it, yep.
Sorry. Blacktown does in actual fact look after the Lane Cove and Hunters Hill, which is why they recorded as 0.
Uh-huh.
We will take that on notice though, because what we need to do is take those numbers from Blacktown and
check
them out against the different LGAs.
Because there's more than there's more than just Hunters Hill and Lane Cove, isn't it? They've got quite a few.
Same as Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, where they look after different councils. So yes, we'll get back to you on that one.
And the reason why I ask this is that some of the LGAs that I know do use Bark also did list a number. They didn't put 0, and so I guess then the total number of animals is unclear. If some of the LGAs are reporting the number and Bark is potentially reporting those numbers again, and some councils are putting 0 and relying on. So yeah, it's just a bit unclear, and I just want to make sure there wasn't sort of some confusion with the numbers and totals to be able to work in this space. And I've got some questions for Dr. Filmer and Ms. Connell as well. Are you able to advise how many pound facilities were inspected by enforcement agencies in the last 12 months?
Yes, I can.
Right.
So in the last 6 months, we've got that data separated out this time. So the RSPCA have undertaken 1 recheck on a facility.
Uh-huh.
They've also done 1 proactive investigation and 1 reactive investigation.
Mm-hmm.
The Animal Welfare League have undertaken 6 proactive investigations.
Okay.
So that's in the last 6 months, and then the data I've got after that is for the full 12-month period. So it's a financial year because we get them in financial years. Do you want that data as well?
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So for 23-24, the Animal Welfare League have undertaken 1 complaint and 2, they call them routine inspections in that financial year. And the RSPCA have undertaken 2 routine and 1 complaint.
Thank you.
investigation.
And were there any pins or enforcement actions as a result of those inspections?
There was one notice given to one council, one of the RSPCA ones, and they've been back. I've spoke to the Chief Inspector about that this week. They've been back there 3 times now. On the second occasion, they weren't satisfied that the things that had to be done were done to solve the concerns, but they're going back again this week to recheck that, and they're pretty sure it should be sorted out now.
Thank you. And do you know which facility that was?
That was at Moree.
Moree, thank you. And the RSPCA usually states in their annual report that their capacity to conduct routine inspections of facilities such as animal pounds is subject to resources. Have you had any discussions with the RSPCA because they've got a reduced amount of enforcement funding this year, down to 11.3. In the previous year, they had 20.5, and whether or not that will actually impact their ability to actually conduct routine inspections, and the same for the Animal Welfare League, who also received less funding. I was just wondering if there was any conversations about whether they thought it would impact that work.
So I'm happy to take that,
thank you.
Question, Chair. So I think, as you would be aware, the government announced funding for the RSPCA for this financial year in I think it was about October last year. So that funding is $11.3 million, and which is significantly higher when you look at the funding they've received over the last 5 years. That is really quite significantly
I just meant from
high.
the year before. So the year before they had 20.5 at the RSPCA, and then the most recent amount was 11.3, which is a significant drop. And so I'm just wanting to compare, their forecast for this year compared to the previous year, where they've got nearly sort of half of the amount of funding, and whether that's going to impact their ability. I'm just wondering if there's been conversations with the department on their ability to inspect these facilities.
Oh, yeah, so we've obviously had detailed engagement with them in relation to the funding agreement that was put in place under the new grant framework. And I would make the point that if you look at the funding over the last 5 years in terms of inspector numbers.
I'm just interested in the last 2 years rather than historic. I mean, historically they were given, a few cents.
That's right.
And then and the whole inquiry we did showed that they weren't able to do the work that they were required to undertake because they were only receiving $500,000.
And I think probably the key thing to keep in mind is in 2023 they had 38 inspectors. In October last year, they had about 50 inspectors, and the funding that we've provided them enables them to recruit about 53 inspectors.
So your understanding, just to clarify, is that you think that their capacity to actually conduct routine inspections of pounds will increase despite the fact that the funding has halved?
Well, I can't speak to the way they're undertaking their practices at the moment. All I can speak to is the fact that they've been funded. That funding allows them to employ roughly about 53 inspectors. They obviously have funding through a range of other sources, so this isn't the only source of funding that they rely on, and under the terms of the deed, they've got an obligation to make sure they undertake their enforcement and compliance obligations under the Proctor Act to an appropriate standard.
The Honourable Mark Lathan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just quickly, Mr Whitford, in March of last year, the department and yourself were satisfied that the respondent, Mr Saran Vanovsky, had engaged in misconduct. You submitted a referral to the tribunal. What public disclosure was there about that referral?
There was no public disclosure. We're not obliged to make a public disclosure. The fact that we have referred something to NCAT, and then the method and process by which it lists an item, it did become public as a result of it being listed.
Right, so prior to the 14 September council election, who knew about this matter and referral, you, the Minister, some people in the department, your barrister, NCAT, and maybe a little bit ICAC. Would that be a pretty good summary of who had knowledge?
You're assuming that ICAC's
Oh,
the
sorry,
third-party
integrity agency.
I can't speak to the number of people that might have picked up on the fact that when it was listed, because when it was listed, there was also an argument for a non-publication order. So I can't talk to the fact that people may have seen that it popped up on a public website in NCAT.
Can you take that on notice to see if it had popped up?
Well, sorry, I can assure you that it was on a public website at NCAT. What I'm saying is I can't speak to the number of people that would have seen that.
As of March 2024, it was on a website.
When it was listed. So there is a listing process.
When was it listed?
That I can take on notice as the dates in which there were listing hearings.
Okay. And perhaps is it possible to, if you've got a record of the nature of the listing would be helpful as well.
Well, the listing is simply that matter, like the matter is being considered in today's...
Just his name and that's
yes,
it? No,
yes, it would be...
description of the allegation.
It's simply the name, which is the...
Right, okay.
The name,
okay. Well,
Deputy
still, if
Secretary...
you provide a copy of what was the listing, that's helpful as well. Okay. On notice, please. And also, in your discussions with the Minister to say, we have to be thorough, it'd be good to move this along, was the Minister mindful of the forthcoming local government elections and obviously sorting out the ticket and whether this guy runs again?
Speak to the Minister's
I can't speak to the Minister's mind.
No, but did you have a discussion with him about that? Did he raise it with you that, we've got to get this sorted out so we can sort out whether or not he runs again in September?
The Minister was anxious for this to be resolved. He was concerned about the length of time that it was taking.
But did he mention the forthcoming election?
I'd have to go back and try and recollect.
You can take that on notice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Normally we would break at this point for afternoon tea, but given we're so close to finishing, I wanted to see if there was any questions or anything that people wanted to answer.
Madam Chair, if I could just deal with a couple of things that have been brought to my attention. So I was asked when I was advised about the community justice centres and the government decision. I can say that was on the 17th of October 2024, I received an email from the relevant official at the Department of Communities and Justice. Mm-hmm. In terms of it is a mandatory requirement to have a complaint coordinator, a complaint review coordinator in place. All councils should have one, but some councils do share that. So, some of those smaller councils will share a complaints review coordinator. And at the risk of extending, I think I think the complexity, I probably oversimplified the complexity of a community housing provider and the way in which they obtain the exemption from rates. I think I implied that it was as a result of the transfer. I believe it's more as about them being a benevolent organisation.
Thank you. Is there any questions from government members?
No.
No?
No, thanks, Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, in that case, thank you to everyone for your attendance today. The committee secretary will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions as well. Thank you for your time. We'll
thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, as always, everyone, for your courtesy to the department and my staff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.